which is located in Manitoba. If you took a look at me, you would probably make your assumptions and say I wouldn't amount to much. The funny part is I can't see where I'm going, because I was born blind with the odds stacked against me. But you know, I never let that pull me away from my dreams. I've worked day and night for this. So in this time of isolation, I want to show you my story. My world, through song and video. Welcome to 2020.
Mac making vibes.
Oh yeah. Oh yeah. It's 2020 vibes. Let's get it. When I'm with you, I'm in paradise, paradise. I swear my eyes are paralyzed, paralyzed. Cause with you, I'm in paradise, paradise. And trust me, that is rare to find, rare to find. Used to live without a care in life, care in life. And now I am in paradise, paradise. I'll hold you down, I swear I'll try, so I try. I just wanna share the night with you. Remember you my soul, the balance that I need. You challenge me in ways that help me to believe that you're my only hope, a place where I feel safe, a heart made of gold that I will never change. You're beautiful, I know that I will never waste this. Want you to know that I'm so happy that we waited. We have a love that everybody out here chasing. You are my one, so here's my whole heart for your taking. So every day when I wake up, I can't believe my eyes. I feel alive, the deepest of my dreams are alive. I will take your lead, I just wanna take some time. Just take my time. When I'm with you, I'm in paradise, paradise. I swear my eyes are paralyzed, paralyzed. Cause with you, I'm in paradise, paradise. And trust me, that is rare to find, rare to find. Used to live without a care in life, care in life. And now I am in paradise, paradise. I'll hold you down, I swear I'll try, so I try. I just wanna share the night with you. Paradise, paradise. Heart of fire, yeah, yeah. You're my love, you are my light. Like the sun, you help me shine. Through my pain and through our time, you never stray, you never lie. Girl, you're my escape, with you I hide. We'll find our way, we'll share our lives. We have a love that will not die, yeah. So every day when I wake up, I can't believe my eyes. I feel alive, the deepest of my dreams are alive. I will take your lead, I just wanna take some time. Just take my time. When I'm with you, I'm in paradise, paradise. I swear my eyes are paralyzed, paralyzed. Cause with you, I'm in paradise, paradise. And trust me, that is rare to find, rare to find. Used to live without a care in life, care in life. And now I am in paradise, paradise. I'll hold you down, I swear I'll try, so I try. I just wanna share the night with you. So every day when I wake up, I can't believe my eyes. I feel alive, the deepest of my dreams are alive. I will take your lead, I just wanna take some time. Just take my time, yeah, yeah, yeah. Cause when I'm with you, I'm in paradise, paradise. And where's my phone? Oh, here it is. Hello?
Yo, what's up, Mac? It's me. We just released your first single, Paradise, and there's all kinds of people who want to meet you, man.
Oh, that's crazy.
I'm telling you right now, bro. We need you to get on the next flight to Winnipeg.
All right, bet, bro. Can't wait. See you soon.
All right, man.
Who was that?
That was my music agent. He said he wanted me to go to the city for a while.
No. Do you think it's a good time to be leaving right now? Like, things haven't been that good between us, and like, I'm happy for you, but it's kind of hard when you have to leave.
Yeah, I know. It's not the best time. It's not going to be easy. But when I get back, I promise we'll work on things. I promise.
You know what, Matthew? I've always been here for you. I've literally done nothing but support you and your dreams, but I think it's time we take a break.
Babe, but I...
Go do you, and I'm gonna go do me.
I don't...
See you when I see you, bro.
Fine.
I couldn't change my fears, so my mistakes became your tears. I didn't see throughout the years that I was free when you were near. So many things come to mind, the memories I wanna run and hide. I don't have the words, my tongue is tied. Could've seen love if I wasn't blind. I didn't realize I was hurting you, and all this time I just needed you. You was right there when nobody else couldn't be. I know that I messed up real bad, but girl, I just want you to see. I hold on to you, girl, like you was a piece of me. I know this might seem crazy, but I've been thinking about you lately. Me calling you my baby, and all the love that we shared together. All of the things that was said, all of the things we went through, that I knew that you went through, you were still there. You were still there. Yeah, I knew that you went through, you were still there. I built a wall, feel ashamed. It was my fault, I'm the one to blame. Our love is like a house that went up in flames. I struggle with the thoughts, I can't take the pain. Cause when I think back, I know I made you cry. But somehow the memories have stayed alive. My love is true, but became a lie. Forgive me cause lately I didn't realize I was hurting you, and all this time I just needed you. You was right there when nobody else couldn't be. I know that I messed up real bad, but girl, I just want you to see. I hold on to you, girl, like you was a piece of me. I know this might seem crazy, but I've been thinking about you lately. Me calling you my baby, and all the love that we shared together. All of the things that was said, all of the things we went through, that I knew that you went through, you were still there. You were still there. Yeah, I knew that you went through, you were still there.
Man. Got me in my feels, baby. Holy. Matt coming all the way live from Norway House. Oh wait, I got that wrong, didn't I? Hey.
Back in Winnipeg.
This is Play the Hero. I played this many times. I'm gonna let you guys go and search that up on the YouTubes. I'm gonna let you guys go and search it up on the Facebooks and the Twitters and all that good stuff. Yo, first of all, what day is it? Monday? Feels like a Sunday, bro. Feels like a Saturday. I don't even know what day it feels like, but my name is Drezus. I'm Anishinaabe, Plains Cree. This is a special edition of In Drezus' Name, brought to you by the Native Hip Hop Festival. And they've been going live on Twitch, Facebook for the past, I think this is the third day, I believe. A third day. Yeah. How's everybody doing? I see you out there. I see you. Happy Indigenous Peoples Day, of course. Can't forget it for all my U.S. relatives. Up here it's in June, but down south, it's kind of cool that we have both those days that we can represent and celebrate ourselves. And yo, happy Turkey Day to everybody eating their turkeys out there. I know everybody's out there eating their turkey. Some of us quietly. I see you. It's all good. Fill up. Get your fill up. Get your fill up. Yo, Josh Running Wolf, what's happening? What's happening? Oh, yeah, I want to shout out to everybody on the Facebook side, on the Native Hip Hop Festival page, the Twitch page, the YouTubes. Like I said, we're on a few Facebook pages right now, so we got a lot of people that we tuning in. Let me see what we got here. It's absolutely, you're right. Okay, Matt Mack is from Garden Hill. Let me get that correct. I think I did that to him last time. My apologies, Matt. Garden Hill is a community in northern Manitoba, and just to say the least, they're isolated. And to see Matt come up like that from a place like that is incredible, because it's like their only connection to a lot of the media coming out is the internet. You know, it's not even really TV nowadays, so it's the internet. And for him to pick up the vibes and create his own entire brand new vibe is incredible. And I wanted to start off by playing some of his stuff because he's been doing it. You know, he's been getting help from Norwegian. Shout out to those guys, David Hodges and them. Yeah, they've been doing it, and they reached out to me for a feature on Play the Hero a while back, and he was very professional, and I was very impressed by his professionalism as an artist. And speaking of that, that's what we're here today for. Is, you know, to get into some talks about what it takes to be an artist today in today's climate. I think we're gonna get into a little bit about the process, a little bit about the business, just what it takes to actually, you know, we're gonna conversate. We got some really special people in the house today. I'm not gonna talk too long, but we got some really dope people in the house. And shout out to Mobilize for the hoodie, no doubt. They're based out in Edmonton. I believe they're Cree. Yes, sir. All right, man. Let's keep it moving here. I keep getting twisted about what day it is. It is Monday. All right. That's why I feel like that, because it's Monday. I still got a busted wrist. Still got busted ribs. But we here, baby. We here. So let me get into it. I want to shout out to Manic Wonderful for bringing us here today. I want to shout out all the people who helped out. I know there's more people than I can probably name right now who helped out in the production of the Native Hip Hop Festival. I'm gonna get right into our guests. We got some real special guests, guys. Yeah. Okay, I'm just gonna go down the way with how I see him. This man right here, man, you just seen him yesterday. My man, Alan Greyeyes. He comes from Winnipeg, Manitoba. He is the owner of Ogitchida Arts, Woven Masters. He does all kinds of crazy stuff. I'll let him tell you what it is. Say hello to Alan Greyeyes, y'all.
Hey, Dro. How's it going, buddy?
Good, man. How you doing?
Good.
I see you got the fly
and,
looking crispy.
Yeah. I think we've been doing these online things for, I guess, since June or July. So it's important to make some updates in equipment and backdrops and lighting and stuff. I think we're going to be in this situation for another 12 months at least.
Oh man, he's sunning me right now. I'm gonna keep it moving down the line. Next up, we got man, this is my bro from like 2001, I think it was when I first met the bro at this festival called Whipsy in Morley, Alberta. Homeboy is a DJ, a father, and actually is most lately he's become a counselor on his reserve. I'm gonna let him say the rest. Everybody, please welcome the man J Mac, Mr. Jason Mackinac, y'all.
Hey, what's up, bro?
Hey.
Hey, Alan, how you doing? Long time.
How you doing, sir?
I'm good, good.
There you
Good to
go.
see
There you
you.
go. All right, all right. I see you in the lab. It looks like.
Yeah, bro. This is where I made all our first stuff was made here. Obviously with older stuff, but I keep it where I always kept it, bro. You know that.
I see the APCMA in the background over there.
Oh yeah. Right.
Oh yeah.
Ooh.
Yeah. Oh, and APCMA is back there too. Yeah. So
Yes, sir.
all that I
Good.
keep
Thank
all
you
that.
for
I can
coming.
bring out all the archives if you guys wanted to, but I keep everything. So
That was like when I brought Ernie on. He just kept on whipping out all the good stuff, and I was like, man, I can't. How can I even say anything?
wait.
He's
And
whipping
that's
out all the
actually,
artifacts.
it's right there, bro. If you want me to whip out his book, it's right there.
There you
Oh,
go.
you gifted me, so hi, I appreciate that.
Oh
But yeah,
yeah,
DJ,
yeah.
producer, counselor. I just recently reelected. My new term started 8 days ago, so still dealing with the pandemic here. We're actually we're 21 cases deep now. This is the most. So we're in a pretty
Jeez.
tight crisis right now. So prayers, and hopefully everyone's staying safe out there. Virus is real, and to see how quick it spreads. 3 isolated incidents turned into 21 cases for Muscat cheese. So prayers to the
Jeez,
family
man.
affected, and hope everyone's staying safe out there.
Prayers to Muscat cheese, no doubt.
I
Homeboy said prayers to Hobima, keeping it 90s right
keep
there.
it 100. Yeah, no
Yeah,
doubt.
yeah, no doubt. Yo, speaking of Hobima Muscat cheese, I should say, we got our man here who has been a producer for a lot of dope groups, like War Party, Team Rezofficial, Winnipeg's Most, some guy named Big Drezus. But yeah, this guy right here, man, is a been backbone for indigenous hip hop. I'm just gonna say that. Everybody, welcome Thomas Cryer, aka Big Stump, my man right here. Hey.
Thomas Cryer.
Yeah, Thomas.
Golf
Tom
Diesel.
some guy named Big Dro.
Yeah. Yeah. What up, man?
Hey,
How
how's it
you
going,
doing,
guys?
son? Good, man. We're just here. We're just
Nice.
piling everybody in here, I guess. I guess that's how we're doing it today. How you feeling, bro?
I'm doing okay. It's for right now, like Jay said, most of the reserves out here in Muscatine are on lockdown. So just I remember yesterday morning went out and grabbed a whole bunch of groceries and whatnot and just getting ready to basically just be at home all week.
Damn, man. I
Just to
didn't
be
know it
safe.
was that bad out there.
Yeah, just to be safe, you know what I mean?
Yeah, no doubt. Of course.
Yeah, I haven't been leaving the house either here in Winnipeg. I think we're at about like 50 to 70 cases a day.
That's crazy.
I stopped going to the gym. We got everything here though.
Yeah, I mean, out here it's a little worse than that. So definitely, well, I couldn't go to the gym anyways with my busted up self, so we'll have to wait on that.
Or your weak old ankles.
Oh, hey, man, Alan, man, don't let me get you on the court. Don't let me catch you on the court. Hey, yo, let's keep it moving here, though. My rib broken. I keep on thinking about that scene from Blood and Blood Out, but anyway, that's some other ish. Yo, I'm gonna keep it moving down the way here and just pack us all in here like an Indian car. Let's go. Next up, I got the man. This dude right here, man. I feel like he built a crazy underground hip hop empire. You know, he helped, I should say, and I'm gonna let him, go off and talk about himself a little bit. But he definitely moves some things around in the industry and helps people all over the map. Make some noise for my man Kyle Kraft, yo. Hey.
What's up, guys?
Hello, sir.
How are you?
Yes. Good.
You hear me okay?
Let me figure out some of these settings now that we got so many people in here. 1 second, guys. 1 second here. Okay.
It's looking good. I'm just saying.
Looks good enough.
Yeah.
So if anybody's got headphones, like handy, it will definitely help out the situation.
I'm rocking mine.
Jay, you got yours?
Gump, grab some headphones.
Okay, I'll grab some.
I can grab them. Hold up.
That'll okay. Yeah, if we have one guy without headphones, that'll be okay.
Yeah, there's a bit of echo.
So this is pretty crazy to have all you guys in the same room right now. I'm nervous.
It's good to see you guys.
Yeah,
Stay
man.
safe.
I'll wait till the audio's proper and then I'll bring out our guest of honor. Hey.
My space headphones.
Look at kill the DJ. Said, oh snap, this is classic.
Looks good.
Okay. Did you plugged in? Let me here.
Chad, I'm digging around, bro. I'm just grabbing them. Hold up.
I'm just trying to find out where it's coming from.
What you got there? Orange Crush Gump?
Sponsored by Bubbly.
Oh, Bubbly.
Okay, there we go. Okay.
Good.
Yes, there we go.
Nice.
Okay. Thank you for being patient, everybody. I know this is online on the spot. So before we move on, I want to bring out a very, very special guest. Co-owner, co-founder, Rude Gang Entertainment, Killer MC, mother, straight up legend. Hey, make some noise for Mama Rude Gal, aka Dee Hellson.
Yo,
Hey.
what's up? Hello, thank you for having me. How's everybody doing?
Doing
This is
good.
dope.
Ah, look at everybody's faces. I'm so excited.
Yeah. Kate, yo, this I've never done this before. Obviously, I'm used to just having me and so I'm gonna have to like be moderator here and like gonna have to mute a couple of you guys and then so that it's not bouncing back all over the place. All right.
Sounds good.
So you see how we're laid out with Alan right beside me and then J-Mac. We'll just kind of go in a circle all the way around with the intros if you're cool with that. I'll start it off, all right? I'm just gonna this is new. So yes, shout out to everybody in the building out there from Twitch, from YouTube, from Facebook. I see YK out there. I see Mo Johnson out there. I see Jim Blunt. I see Kill the DJ. He said the Resi Bunch. Creepcepticon said the Resi Brady Bunch. Oh my
funny.
God. Oh my. Okay. Yeah, that's real talk. But my name is Drezus. I am your host, moderator, whatever you want to call it. And yeah, this is a Native Hip Hop Festival. And what we basically got here together today was to speak about our experiences in the industry and around the industry and about the industry. And I like to really focus on the people who are really going out there for it. So I'm talking about people that have like recorded their music already, that have kind of found themselves a sound, somewhere in there. But for everybody watching, there's no pressure. Just take in this information because we got some really dope people here today with all types of different experiences and all types of different levels of success. So I'm gonna stop rambling and let Alan Greyeyes set it off.
What are we doing again? Just introductions?
Yeah, intro. Where you from?
Yeah. Okay.
Oh yeah. Okay. Let me say. Let us know where you're from. And I would like to hear, like, real quick, something that you do, something that was a success story for you, maybe. Like, I know that might be hard for you to, like, especially for Alan and Stomp out there, but you gotta jump out of that modesty.
we got no success stories whatsoever. So
just like
oh man.
No, just like something that you're a part of, that you've contributed to the music industry.
Yeah. Okay. Well, I'm Alan Greyeyes. I'm the festival director for the Sekihiwe Festival. I do some artist management and project management. And my mom's from Seguin, my dad's from Peguis. I've grown up here in Winnipeg my whole life, and I love being in the music industry because it's fast paced, very challenging, and always got to learn something new. I guess most recently, I think you introduced me yesterday. I won an award this year. It was the Manitoba Arts Award of Distinction. And so it was really nice. For the most part, my job is just sitting back and doing the typing and carrying amps and setting up PA systems and all the stuff in the background. So it's not a job that comes with any accolades whatsoever. So it was nice to get that one nod this year.
Yeah, that's very well deserved, man. Very well deserved. I was jealous, man, because you got shouted out in the parliament or whatever that was. What was that?
Well, that was Wob. Like, I've known Wob since the 90s. I think.
No, yeah, no.
16. I was like 19.
Where was that? Where was that in Manitoba? Like,
oh, that was the Manitoba Legislative Building.
Oh, okay.
But it's like, yeah, having your best friend shout you out on the legislature, like, he's my buddy.
Yeah, that's dope.
You expect your buddies to do that kind of stuff for you.
No doubt, man. That was actually dope, man. No doubt.
Yeah.
Brother man, J-Mac, you with us, my G?
Yes, sir. I just keep muting it, so I don't trust your controlling abilities to mute my mic. So.
All right, bro.
Nah, I'm just playing. Jason McKenna, aka J Mac, producer, DJ, counselor by my 24/7 job. What I felt I brought, I don't know. Team Rezofficial, helped found out with Stomp late 2003. Helped curate stuff for Winnipeg's Most. And then from there, I've been touring and doing stuff with our Reach for Life fam that you had on recently with Drezus and Sunsetting Kid, Natasha Fisher, Classic Roots. So just immersed in, all that, plus family, dad. So yeah.
What about most recently on the res though?
Yeah. Well, definitely immersed in the res, man. My job's 24/7, so every day I wake up to pleasant/unpleasant text, depending on the nature of what's going on. So, but I invite that. So anyway, those are a little bit of what I do. So thanks for having me here, Alan. Congrats on the award, man. I know you're good at what you do. So, and you dropped some gems. I was doing the dishes, listening to your guys' show. Was that yesterday? You guys were on?
Yeah, it was yesterday.
Yeah, man, you dropped some serious gems. I had to take notes. I had to watch it again and take some notes for myself. So appreciate that.
Doubt. I had one of those. Like, it's crazy. Like, when I had Ernie there, I had a moment like that. And I was like, oh, like I could have just like turned it off, and like it would have been worth it. Turned off the feed. All right, man. Appreciate you for coming, man. Appreciate you, J Mac.
Yeah, thanks for doing it.
Let's go into Stomp, man.
Amps and Creation in Musquecheese, similar to Jay. I'm also known as Stomp, and I helped produce, and I used to rap back in the day with War Party. That was like past life. But after leaving War Party, went on to help Jay with Rezofficial music, and then also bringing different acts together as Team Rezofficial. And then after Team Rezofficial, just working with a few different artists, and then finally working with Charlie Fetta and John C. in Brooklyn as Winnipeg's Most. And then after that, it's mostly just been kind of just one-off tracks here and there, in music production world. My main job day to day is actually doing web development and graphic design, which is like I love graphic design. So it's really like it's passion for me. So to be able to do to be able to be creative in both worlds, in music and then also in graphic arts, is, man, I'm kind of laughing. I get to have a really great hobby, but then I also have a really great job too.
No doubt. That's awesome, bro.
Yeah.
Thank you for sharing that, my G. Let's go up with Kyle Kraft next, man. You with us? I think you're on mute, bro. There you go. Oh, 1 second. Still can't hear you. You're on mute. Oh. Let me try this one more time. Hold on. We'll bring you right back. Hold on. Can you hear us? Oh, we're shuffling you up. We're shuffling you up really fast, my bro. Hey, Mama Rugal, you wanna let them know? You're on mute too.
Is it my turn now?
Yeah, that's you.
I was switching it up. Okay, we'll give Kyle a minute.
This is a lot of fun. Sorry, Kyle.
You have more time now to find your microphone. Hello. Good evening. My name is Dee Hellson, aka Mama Rude Gal MTHC. I am the founder of Afro-Indigenous multimedia and hip hop group Rude Gang Entertainment, which is based here in Vancouver, BC. And I'm a hip hop R&B artist, interdisciplinary artist, as my sister Morning Koo calls herself interdisciplinary. So I've started calling myself interdisciplinary because we're sisters. So I'm like, I will call myself multidisciplinary, and she calls herself interdisciplinary. I feel like it's confusing. So I do a lot of stuff. I mostly do film right now. I do mostly film production with my partner, Hope, who is also the co-founder of Rude Gang Entertainment. And shout out Hope. Shout out the rest of my team, Rude Gang Entertainment, which is Doobie and Onata. And we do a lot of stuff. I'm originally from Calgary, Alberta. So I am Blackfoot. I'm from Siksika Nation. And then I'm also half West Indian, which is where the GYAL comes from. And what else can I tell you? I guess recently I've taken to more of an executive producer role for members of my team. And so I've been executive producing albums. I executive produced the Red Man album, which was released by Hope. So I did the album artwork. I did all of the music videos and the marketing and everything for that. And now we're doing the same thing for Doobie's album. And then I'm also at the same time working on my album. And then right now, Rude Gang Entertainment just finished a 30-minute documentary that we were commissioned to do by the Welt Kulturen Museum of Frankfurt, Germany.
What?
So we got to spend some time with Tommy Hunt Jr., who makes totem poles out in Comox and Campbell River. We got to spend time with Megan O'Brien, who is a Kwakwakiwak weaver, and Christy Lee. So it was a really good time. And now we're just continuing on, just rolling with the punches, basically. That's the whole name of the game for us.
Nice. That's dope. Appreciate you for stopping through.
Thank you for having me.
Yes. I'm gonna keep it moving. I think, Kyle, we good now. We good, bro?
I think so. Can you hear me?
Yeah. I think we found where the echo's at, bro.
It's me. Sorry.
It's all good, man. How you doing, man?
I'm all right. How you doing?
Man, we just here, I'm healing up, getting ready for some.
Good.
Getting ready to put out some music, man.
Glad to hear it. It's been too long.
I'm gonna keep Alan's mic on mute so he can't say nothing to that.
It's all about consistent releases.
No, now you're gonna get at me now. Okay. Let them know what you about, bro.
I'm Kyle. I help artists get money, turn their art into a living, and hopefully a good one. Been doing it since the 90s now. Came up promoting shows before I was legally allowed to be in the venue I was promoting the shows in. Did a few hundred of those, decided I didn't really like being a promoter. It's kind of a lousy business model. Helped Swollen members come up in the 90s and aughts. Had a lot of success there. Learned the grant game through that. Helping a bunch of other rappers. I've been a hip hop kid since preschool, basically. So just really focusing on rappers over the last couple decades. Worked with a whole variety of people. And just working on business development stuff and consulting capacity, grant writing, helping some people with some crowdfunding campaigns as well. Another solid source of funding. And just building online infrastructure now, e-commerce kind of stuff, which is, critical in COVID times with live stuff drying up, just finding new ways to bring in income and grow things, grow this business. And now I can't hear you.
Drezus, you're muted.
Yeah. Okay.
Oh, here I go.
There we go.
It's really talking, getting into it. Yeah, but I was gonna say that's like the name of the word of the day. Every day is pandemic, and basically how to survive the pandemic musically, as an artist. Even mentally, physically, all around it's a challenge. So let me just start off by let me think. I say we go straight into talking about how you guys are coping with the pandemic, and then we can dial it back a little bit. Anybody who wants to chime in, go ahead. Can you give me one of these? I know you don't got a broken hand like me, but can you give me one of these so I can turn on your mic and I don't blast out these people's ears? But let me just go ahead with Mama Rugel. How are you coping with the pandemic musically? Like how are you adjusting? How has it changed from releasing music before the pandemic to now releasing music during the pandemic? What has changed in your speaking from an artist? Like I feel like we're kind of like in the same spot where we're writing a lot. I know you do a lot of other things too, but I mean, I'm talking about artistry in this very moment. What has changed and what are things that you had to change in order to adapt to today's climate?
I feel like for me, I kind of ended up thriving in a sense because I tend to be really, really introverted anyway. I'm a bit of a martyr. I'm a bit of like a miser. I like to be in my little cave and be creating things all day. And so for me, I didn't really like feel like a big, huge shift in terms of like my lifestyle and my process. I played my last show. My last show was actually International Women's Day in Vancouver at Venue. And that was like the very last performance. And then after that, it was like a week after that was done. And so I think that also kind of left me in a good place in regards to like performance and the vibe. And as much as I like really miss being on stage, I think that was so satisfying for me because that was actually a long-term like goal of mine as well, to perform at that venue. Mm-hmm. So yeah, I mean, I feel like if anything that's kind of changed in a more negative way, it's harder to get stuff done because everything is just kind of like caving in. And last spring I had to homeschool my daughter for like 6 months. And so that made it really hard to do everything else because then everything else was around that. And so it just pushed all my other to-dos kind of out of bounds of what was possible, and really it really slowed me down a bunch. But I don't get deterred very easily, so I'm just adapting, I guess.
Is your daughter in school right now?
She is back in school. I made the decision to do that because I agree with what the school is doing with what specifically her school is doing. And also her school is literally like right out across the street from my house. So that also was like a big thing with my decision, because she can also see her school. She can see her playground and her friends. So if I don't send her back to school, she's going to sit here every day like crying because she can see all her homies out there. So I had to make the decision. She wears her mask every day, and she's down with the program now. So yeah, it is weird though. It's a super weird time for sure.
You know, one thing for me was that obviously like the lack of doing shows, like obviously that was the biggest like oof, you know what I mean? Because that was our livelihood, and that's you know I was on a plane almost every week before that, so I had to get used to myself. You know, I had to get used to sitting on my behind and actually getting in a good way. It forced me to work. You know, to sit there and be like, "Okay, this is what I got to do." And then when the shows go, it's like you kind of realize what you've been focusing on. And for me, I was focusing on one, you know, a lot of times one thing, and it's like it's you got to stay on top of it nowadays. And for me, one of the biggest crazy like changes was like the shift with TikTok. And I know I've been talking about this every day, but like. Well, I think we'll get into that in a little bit, but it's just crazy how we have to continuously change the way we step to this industry and how things are so unsure. You know what I mean? Anybody got anything to say about how they're coping with today's pandemic musically and you know, what types of things you're doing to keep sane, even mentally?
Yeah, I was just gonna say that the music industry has always been unsure, and so we've always had to transition from like what was it, like album sales to streaming, and now it's to live streaming performances. And the thing that like Drezus, you need to step up your merchandise game. I think that's the thing that you're missing is like, and these DJs, like these big DJs, 2+2 represents, they're doing like monthly, if not bi-monthly, new merchandise drops. And I was listening to a podcast on the K-pop business model, and again, merchandise outweighs live performance for a lot of them. So, I mean, that's one thing that you guys, like artists in general, are missing is the merchandise.
So, like, thank you for that, by the way. Alan's always quick with the putting me on the Drezus. Nah, for real. I need to get my merch out. I know my fans out there have been asking for the merch for like forever, ever. And I got something special coming for you. I know I've been saying that, but I really, really mean it this time. Let me say, with merch, my biggest problem is finding like a supplier or somebody who can handle that. What do you guys think is the way to go for merch for somebody who's maybe wondering if they should go with the t-shirt, the teespring.com model, or whether they should get somebody at their local t-shirt company to whip up some t-shirts? I'm just gonna put both you guys on here with Kyle. Go ahead.
Kyle can go first.
You got to unmute your mic again, bro. Are we good? Ooh. Did we do it again? Yeah, I think we did it.
Okay, I'll go.
Go ahead, bro.
So now that COVID has been, in our lives since about March, like seriously, for the most part, when it comes to music, like I've taken a step back and really delved deep into doing a lot of graphic work. And since everybody's kind of been shifting, like what Alan said and what Drezus said, it's really been getting different revenue streams, and definitely merch is huge. And so because I do quite a bit of graphic design, on the side, it's been it's been really, really busy. Like for myself, I'm doing at least 5 different designs just about every week, and getting for different artists, different, like it's not just hip hop, it's even just powwow groups are really realizing, okay, there's no powwows now. So we have to figure out, okay, how do we keep our name out there, and how do we what else can we bring in, get different revenue stream, and merch is like I did a shirt design for Northern Cree, and that was huge. It was one of the biggest, just to see the immediate impact that it had with their fans and like the shares online. It was amazing. They posted it on one, I can't remember what day it was, but it was just like boom. They had like 1,500 likes on it within a couple of days, which is crazy on Facebook for something that's indigenous. And that was similar to what Alan said yesterday, because Alan is working with beginning to work with Alan Northern Cree. It's something that they're realizing, that branding is huge. It's something that comes along with just being a musical artist, having here's Drezus, but then here's what Drezus's logo is, you know what I mean? So it's the way that you're portrayed, and sometimes it comes out even before they meet you, you know what I mean? So that when people see a Northern Cree t-shirt, or they see a Drezus t-shirt out on the street, they're like, oh, okay, yeah, I'm a fan of that guy too. So it's
like creating a community. Exactly,
an organic community, you know what I mean? So it's not something where you're not like, hey, listen to my mixtape. It's your fans are just, because they love your music, they just, oh, here's a cool t-shirt. And it doesn't have to be something that's stereotypical, whatever, like for hip hop. It can just be something that looks beautiful, like what women can wear, because women are a huge part of the market there, as far as merchandise goes anyway. Like it's something that, to speak to those different demographics instantly, and to get that organic growth, like merch is, having those different, not just t-shirts and not just hoodies and whatnot, like there's a whole bunch of different merchandise to get for groups. Could be even just like caps, could be like pop sockets, you know what I mean, for younger fans.
Those things pop off.
Pre-COVID. Yeah, pre-COVID. So definitely merch is huge. I don't know if Kyle can speak a little bit more to that.
Yeah. Let me see if she should be.
I just unmuted my. Can you hear me?
Oh, yeah.
All right.
I'm gonna leave you guys' mics alone, so you guys can press mute and unmute. All right.
Excellent. Okay, so for developing artists, I see merch numbers often being more than their digital income from streaming, or for anybody who's making any sales online from what's left of iTunes. So from the jump, it's a more important revenue stream as a general rule, because it's a lot easier to make hundreds and then thousands of dollars from some merch sales than it is to make from some 0.4 cent streams.
Right.
And I'm not knocking streamings. I'm just saying it takes a while to make money there. It's also a great opportunity to create an audience. For established artists, when they really have their e-commerce game right, I still see incredibly strong numbers relative to their streams. Like in some cases, almost matching their streaming income. And I'm talking for like self-releasing artists that labels aren't taking a piece. If the label's taking the lion's share of the pie, forget it. Merch is more income than the royalties that they're seeing from a label, at least where majors are concerned. I mean, obviously there's a variety of different kinds of deals you could get with a label, so percentages vary, but merch is a very, very healthy stream of income that has been really neglected by a lot of artists, and is still being neglected by a lot of artists.
Yo, man, what is this, man?
Drezus.
I thought this was the Native Hip Hop Festival panel.
But for real, man, like, I'm working with an artist right now who's on track to have his first 6-figure month in merch. 6 figures. and that's coinciding with an album launch, so that's not his typical month. But regardless,
Yeah,
like he's
still.
almost at 6 figures.
I had a there's a homeboy who's tuned in here, and I just wanted to post up his comment because he's been doing his thing, man. I gotta give it up to Okuma for he actually reached out to Stomp to get some designs done, and
Yeah, I did a design for him.
They were sick, man. But I just wanted to give him a quick little post up on there because he's definitely doing his thing, and I can tell just from the online presence and the online comments and stuff that he's been moving a lot. So big ups to Okuma. Holla at him if you like he said. So, but yeah, sorry to cut you off, man. But yeah, you were roasting me, so you deserved it. I was playing. Nah,
it's not enough to have just merch for sale, though. There's so much more that can be done beyond just like putting it up and hoping. You can take a lot of proactive steps to really build engagement with your supporters, to build a relationship with them that makes them a lot more inclined to support you. And obviously, you know, it depends where the artist is at in their career in terms of their time and their ability to communicate one-on-one with people. But there's a lot of ways you can do things in an automated fashion, like mailing lists.
I feel like a lot of people sleep on the mailing list.
Mailing lists account for like probably about half of the sales for you know, a well-oiled e-commerce machine. From what I'm seeing, like they are the single best source, whether we're talking email or in some cases for artists with younger demographics, SMS text lists as well. You know, I mean, if you're chasing that TikTok audience, they might be more inclined to give you their mobile number and want to get messages from you via text, which actually have much higher open rates and much higher conversion rates to sales than emails. Emails are still great. They're way better than social media. They're way
So were you talking about community numbers?
I'm not talking about social media followers, if that's what you mean.
No, I'm talking about there's this company called
Community, the app. Yeah.
App. So they give you your own phone number to text.
Yeah. So if you have a more youthful audience, that's a good idea. If your audience is more, you know, been around since the 90s, then email is definitely a wiser look to focus on first. Text lists to maintain also cost about twice as much as email mailing lists. Just it's a newer technology and so on, so it's not quite as competitive a market, you know, with MailChimp and Drip and all those other competitors out there. So
do you have an email what do you call it? Email list provider that you suggest or something?
Right now, I think Drip is the move. MailChimp used to be the move, but in terms of like e-commerce attribution, in terms of like a lot of nerdy stuff that is probably a little advanced for somebody who doesn't have a store yet or really getting into advanced functionality yet, it's not necessary, but you want to move to the point where you are able to do all kinds of crazy automated stuff and have your mailing list talk to your online store and be able to look on your mailing list and basically treat it as like a tool to know, okay, who are the people that made me the most money, like, and target them differently than other people, you know, or just who are my customers and who are people who haven't bought anything from me, because you should be treating them differently. You should be sending them different kinds of messages, and treating your customers better than the people who haven't been your customers, and giving them different kinds of levels of access and that kind of thing. Nurturing those relationships, because it's about lifetime value, not just, you know, individual transactions. It's about like knowing who your biggest supporters are financially, or in terms of advocacy, in terms of spreading the word, that kind of thing. And that's getting into like I said, pretty crazy e-commerce stuff, and I understand the theory of it, but I'm not in there looking at Facebook Ad Manager all day. Like there's ad techs I work with who do that kind of thing, but I've learned a lot from working with them, in kind of orchestrating these kinds of e-commerce campaigns to really, make it be the most it can be. Because honestly, the music industry sucks at really doing a good job of marketing in terms of getting repeat customers, in terms of communicating with customers, in terms of maximizing income per customer. There's so many different things that we just traditionally are not doing a very good job of. The music industry typically just tries to sell one small product, an album, and treat it like making new customers over and over and over again, instead of trying to sell the same customers, which are far easier to sell to than brand new customers, like 10 times easier.
I get what you're saying. So your main point here is to focus on those people that are focusing on you and supporting you.
Absolutely. You don't need
And-
1 million supporters. You need
Mhm.
like 10,000 and you're good.
Yeah. So, man, so let me just, for all the people out there listening, what is the basics of what is e-commerce for anybody who may not even know what e-commerce is?
Selling people things, basically.
Online.
Selling people things online. And that can be physical products, which is the logical place to start, but it could also be digital products, which is a harder sell. It could even be experiences, like, this isn't the best example, but there's one that comes to my mind. Hey, I'll get on the phone with you and help you with songwriting or something like that.
Yeah. Or another weird one is OnlyFans, but like not the way it's used. Like,
yeah,
widely,
I
you know
mean,
what I mean?
that is an experience.
OnlyFans started as a like a backstage experience for artists and stuff like that. And then it's
another important thing that works for artists with more well-established fan bases is like recurring revenue models, like membership, like what used to be a fan club, but like people are like, for people that might be familiar with the Patreon model, getting regular either monthly payments or payments per content delivery for each piece of content you release, that kind of thing. Those are viable options. I don't particularly think that that's relevant to most of the people listening to this, because that's really like, you've got an established fan base that's really ready to give you a couple bucks a month or $5 a month or $10 a month. That's not for the average developing artist. So I wouldn't spend a lot of focus on that.
Yeah, go ahead, Sam.
Yeah, so going back to even building and a merch table for yourself. I know back even when we were starting to do quite a bit of merch, we did like screen printing. Screen printing is quite expensive, per unit. There are a lot more price friendly options now online, and that will provide even just one-off t-shirts for merch. And there's even one that I've played around with at there's a couple actually online, one called Spreadshirt and then one called Printful. And what they allow you is to be able to build your own store for merch. And they have not just t-shirts and hoodies, like they can do even like cell phone case covers, stuff like that, with any kind of logo on it. So as long as you have your brand or some sort of different t-shirt design, so say if you have a song coming out, you can put that up on a t-shirt or a hoodie and then have, put it up onto your own store. And I know I played around with Spreadshirt before and created my own store just to see what it would look like, and actually ordered a couple pieces just to see what the actual quality would be like. And they were quality, it was washed them a couple times. They still look great. So it's like, it's the option of doing something where it might seem daunting if coming into it, because you have your brand. So say I'm rapper A, and I have this cool logo that I just made for myself, and I want to sell them at my show. So then I can upload that logo onto these different sites online, and then just so say if I have 5 fans that came to my show and they're all asking for t-shirts. Oh yeah, well, you can go to my online site, rapper.com, and then click store, and then it says Rapper, and then each one will be able to buy them one by one, and then their company will print them off and then send them to that person. So you don't even have to touch the merch. You know what I mean? So it's, and then you're just collecting that little bit of the icing on top from the manufacturing. The manufacturing cost goes to the company, of course, and then you can set the price at whatever. So say if a t-shirt is $16 for manufacturing and putting Rapper A on it, and then you can set that price to be $25-$30, and then you collect that icing on top. So it's a lot more cost effective for any kind of group coming up. Or you could also reach out to somebody like Ogama, like you had said, he'd be able to set up print one-off prints or like whole runs. I'm not too sure what he's offering, but it just takes a little bit of work on the back end to go out there and just collect prices, see what works best for you. I know for online, like what Kyle was saying, to be able to offer something special for you, people that are always going to be visiting your website, or always coming onto your stream, or always coming to your concerts, that you can sign them up for something, even if it's like a site that you can give them, like here's rappera.com/VIP, something like that. And they can sign up, and they leave their email in there. And then every other month, or whenever you're dropping something, you can send them a link to this page that has your merch, rappera.com, and new album, whatever. And then, so you're not even going to have to touch any of the manufacturing cost of actually creating a t-shirt. It just goes boom, straight to the fan, and then you're just collecting a bit of the icing on top. So it's pretty easy. You just got to do a little bit of research.
No doubt. And
I want to say this though, you got to, while I do think Printful and the like are great for trying things out for brand new artists or for trying designs you're not sure out of, I like cake as opposed to icing.
Cake.
And those one-offs take away most of the margin. I want to try and make as much profit per item as possible, and you lose a lot by going the print-on-demand route as opposed to making an investment in ordering a small run. You don't need to order a ton. You do need to spend a couple $100 at minimum for one colorway of one design. And don't forget, you can also do pre-orders. You can collect pre-orders before manufacturing anything. And you can even feasibly not even print something unless you get enough interest. So in terms of like paying the bills, on-demand stuff is for the very, very start. And then you need to get into silk screening as a cheaper alternative to make it worth your time.
And it's better quality too, getting silk screening. Yeah, way better quality.
So with cake, first of all, I want to get this cake thing you're talking about. Is it cakemusic.com? No, that's not it. Is it? Which
It was a metaphor.
Oh, he's saying icing, so I said cake.
Oh, you make cake?
Yeah, because print on demand.
Here
print on demand is
oh, he's
this.
talking about Printful. He's talking about Printful, which is
okay. I thought you had a different site named Cake, so I'm all here looking up.
No. I was trying to be clever.
What are you talking about making? Oh, okay, you're getting slick. All right.
Yeah, here's the icing. Here's the icing. But if you want to make cake, this is the cake. That's what Kyle's talking about. And so yeah,
I think
on
Dee had a comment.
The cake.
Yeah, go ahead, Dee.
Oh, thank you, Alan. I wanted to just mention too, because I think we are, for a lot of what I imagine is quite a few people who might be watching, is we're kind of jumping over a lot of information here, going straight to e-commerce, whereas a lot of people might not have any idea how to get themselves merch at all. And it might not even be an accessible thing for them to do. And so that's something I definitely want to hit on before we move on. And also, just before I forget too, I think to touch on your question of like, do we go to a teespring.com or do we go to like local? I really wanted to mention that I have been recently making my decision on kind of like mostly like an ethical thing, of course, like I have been using, I had like an option between, of course, a bunch of like mail and then a bunch of like local big time printing stores. And recently decided to go with Michelle's, Native by Nature, has been screen printing a bunch of stuff. And to me, I'm like, if I can choose anybody to put my money into the hands of, I'm going to choose an Indigenous mom every time, if that's an option. So for me, support local, support Indigenous. And if you got local Indigenous women, support them, especially because they're working really, really, really hard. But yeah, back to the merch kind of step-by-step thing, because for me, like the first time I had merch, I got it because I won a rap competition. And so I didn't pay for any of that myself. I think that a lot of people maybe don't know about grants or how to get grants, and that you can get a grant and use it to get yourself merch and do that without having to go out of pocket for these things too. Because the thing that is really painful for me to watch a lot of the time is young Indigenous artists coming out of pocket and taking money away from like their families and their kids to get merch and being proud of it too. Like, I came out of pocket for this and I spent this much. And it's like, no, no. You don't really have to do, you don't have to do that, especially if you're a parent. You really should try not to, especially during these times. So I definitely want to just put it out there, especially if you're in Canada and you're working on a project or you're trying to get some merch or anything that you're doing, but especially merch. In regards to merch, look into grants. If you don't know where to start, look for your local music organization, like Manitoba Music if you're in Manitoba, Music BC, Music Alberta, and I'm pretty sure every province has some type of version of that, some arts organization. And then, hey, if you can't find anybody else, you can message Rude Gang Entertainment. And that's the thing that I love to do. I'm an ex-grant officer myself. And so a thing that I do a lot, I apply for all the grants, for all the Rude Gang Entertainment grants. We get all those grants. That's me doing all that writing. And so a thing that I love to do is really help a lot of Indigenous youth in getting some money and getting their projects off the ground without them having to come out of pocket and take a deficit on that. So hit me up if you need some help.
I appreciate you bringing up grants. We definitely got to get into that in a second here. I'm gonna let J-Mac say something real quick because
just real quick. For myself, like speaking for First Nations on reserve, where I got my first bit of equipment was my local economic development. I wrote a business grant that probably wasn't too well. You know, I was early 20s, didn't have much help, but it got me my first programming, my first DJ setup, my first MPC. And, you know, to this day, they'd still support me when they could. So if you have that option and your nation is set up that way, it's a route that should be explored. And I know ours is designed that if you can take that grant money and go to like Alberta Federation of the Arts, or I think it's AIIC, if you can bring your own money to the table, they'll match you even more to try broaden. But obviously with those guys, you need a better business model. Mine was pretty basic, but it was enough to get some startup equipment. So just wanted to chime in on that. Thanks, I appreciate it.
No doubt, bro. Appreciate that. So like anybody out there who may be living on reserve, start with your local chief and council, you know, hit them up, see what kind of programs are available on your res. And Mama Rugal D made a good point about all the music societies and provincial music groups that always have programming and resources to help the artists out. And speaking of that,
and I just want to say with grants too, like make sure you keep all your receipts, keep everything. Because you will need to submit reports on those things. And like I said yesterday, is like I'm still working with artists who are well into their careers who don't keep the receipts, and it's so frustrating to, you know, be on top of them. Like, I need this invoice, I need the receipts, because you submit a final report that doesn't have receipts or invoices to back up your financials, then chances are you won't be able to apply for any more money from that source again. So yeah, make sure you're not committing fraud. Make sure you're keeping all your receipts.
I definitely wanted to get into grants. So, I mean, there's artists all over the map. That there's some artists that come into the game, making a big splash, and they already got money coming in. There's some people who are making music for a long time and never seen any money coming in. And some people are daunted by the task of writing a grant or don't know where to go for a grant. This is exactly what we're talking about here. If anybody would like to start off with, like, where are some places we go for grants, and who can we reach out to write these grants if we feel like we don't have the language and the wording for that? Anybody?
So yesterday I talked about grants, and we talked about me being a grant writer. I'm not really a grant writer. I'm more of a project manager, and I get involved in projects that I believe in. And so I think for me, the music matters the most. And so, and I only get involved if I think there's a bit of a courting period where we go back and forth, and I see if they're going to reply to emails right away. They're going to reply to text messages right away. If they're not ready to work, then you know what, I'm going to cut my losses before I even take that kind of chance on writing a grant or managing a project for somebody. So I think that's an important first step, is to be ready to work.
Things aren't going to be handed to you. I think that's one thing that is kind of it's a misconception, is that you can get in with a dope song and then everything's going to come at you. Nah, it gets harder as you go. Kyle, go ahead.
I'm going to say I'm looking for work ethic. I'm looking for professionalism. I'm looking for realism. I'm looking for persistence. Those things are as, and sometimes unfortunately more important than just the music to me, especially where grants are concerned. I tell most people who ask me to write grants for them, no, you're not ready. And that's tough to hear, but I mean, that's just the reality for a lot of people. I want to echo what Alan was saying for sure, and also what Dee was saying with regards to getting in touch with your local provincial music organization. There's one in every province. I don't have experience with Aboriginal grants specifically, but I definitely have worked with grants at the federal and provincial level. And there are differences. I'm hearing what Dee's saying about getting grants towards covering merch. That's amazing. That's not something that's typical of the provincial and federal programs that I normally access. So quite frankly, I'd love to know about, or I'd love for you to share to the audience listening, what grants that you've tapped into before that have allowed merch to be an eligible thing. Dee.
Yeah, go ahead, Dee.
Yeah. So basically, I work a lot with First People Cultural Council here in BC. So I'm very close with them. So obviously this is Indigenous specific grant. But basically, for the most part, there's been quite a few grants. I think also Music BC, depending, they're like a little lenient if it's related to the project. And only if it's directly related to the project, they will allow you to print some merch. And that's pretty much it. You can't start a clothing company and go and get a music grant and then just print merch. You have to include it in. So if you're applying for a grant to do an album, and part of your album is like, hey, okay, I'm going to record. I'm going to spend this much on the recording and engineering. I'm going to spend this much on marketing, PR, and I'm going to spend this much on like 500 shirts and 100 hats or 75 hats. And that's my 10 G's, like right there. And then those shirts and hats are directly related to your album. Either you've released maybe a new logo for yourself as an artist, or there's something specifically related to the album, the artwork, or some lyrics. But that's about it. There's no grant that I know of that you can apply and just get merch. maybe the Factor Artist Development Grant, but yeah, I don't think so. I don't think there's any. It has to, you can get merch, but it has to be related to a project. There you go. Yeah, Dakota Bear just brought up. So Dakota Bear and I both work or have worked in relation to a company called Taking It Global, and they have a ton of funding, youth funding specifically, and they have different programs. So their Samuel Connected North Youth Leadership Fund, you can get $2,500, my bad, I'm really bad at math, $2,500, and as long as you can justify your project, they won't say no to you. So obviously they helped Dakota a lot. They also myself, Doobie, and Hope all got that grant as well. That was actually the first grant we ever got, was that one. And then
just for BC artists?
No, that's Canada wide. So Samuel Connected North Youth Leadership Fund. That one is Canada wide. There's also the Rising Youth Grant with Taking It Global, and they have 3 streams of funding. They have, I think what is it? Like $250, $750, and then $1,500. And usually they want you to do like a community project, but they don't tell you what that exactly has to look like. They're not going to tell you, no, your project isn't a community project. If you're like, yeah, it is, this is what my community needs, they're going to go, okay, fine. If you can justify it, you can have it, including, I've seen people print shirts and stuff like that, as long as you're not selling it. So that's the thing with grants. You have to read the fine print. So there's a lot of grants where it's like, these certain things are not eligible. So when you're applying for grants, really do that work, really read the eligibility. One of the first big grants that I applied on, I didn't read any eligibility, or I didn't read very closely. And I was really sad that I got a no. And then now, years later, I realized that it just looked like me. Like, I heard you guys got some money and I really need some stuff. And they're like, no. So yeah, so you read the eligibility. And then, I really highly recommend one thing I like to do is do interviews with people who are in my field, but like higher up than me in my field, and see how they got there. If they did something I think is really cool, ask them how they did that. Same with grants. If you can find somebody in your field who has experience with grant writing, ask them to just look at it for you, like a consultation. Maybe if they're a bro, or if you have a little bit of extra money, you can have like an actual grant writer look at it and edit it for you. And that's a really good investment, because you have to wait quite a while. And sometimes if you wait 3 months to find out you didn't get it, you're like, okay, I just wasted 4 months of my life for this project. That's not going to happen now. So definitely do the work. Make sure it's 100%. I know with Factor, if you miss one question, they won't even that's it. We're not looking at the rest of your grant now. You're just in the no pile. So really make sure you're 100% on your grants for sure. Get that help if you need it.
No doubt.
To be clear,
Yeah, and like I said yesterday, like plan these things well in advance. So like have a 2-year or 3-year plan, and like as soon as you're done one album, start applying for grants to cover the expenses, like the songwriting, the pre-production sessions, the recording sessions, mixing, mastering. Start applying as soon as you release that one grant, so you have your next album cycle in mind right away.
No doubt. Appreciate you guys for that. You got
just
something to add to
be
that?
Clear. Yeah. I just wanted to say, I was specifically asking about grants for merch for sale. And to be clear, CC definitely do not allow you to get funding, to use funding from them towards items made for sale. But
yeah,
I didn't know it was like you could squeeze 500 shirts out of them. That's amazing.
I think and the same goes with equipment. I get that question all the time. Is there grants that I can buy like a new keyboard or a new laptop? And most of the grants that I know of, they don't allow you to buy equipment. So equipment and merch. But what you can do is if you are doing a grant that has like manufacturing or whatever, you can include graphic design fees in there. I think whenever you're paying for a service, those are usually eligible. But whenever you're thinking of buying equipment or purchasing merch, those are usually ineligible. So again, include some graphic design in there.
Yeah. I was going to say FBCC though, they will let you get gear and they will let you get merch. So those are my experiences. I know not all grants function like, and again, Indigenous grants tend to give us more like leeway a little bit on some certain things, and yeah, it's like an accessibility thing.
The First Peoples is kind of a long application process. Like
And that's
compared
coming
to
from
like
Allen,
even compared to the Canada Council, it's like you have to have if you're doing a mentorship, you have to have a letter from the mentor and a letter from the mentor's mentor. Like it's a bit of redundant.
I don't think they have that anymore. We just applied for that. We only needed the mentor letter, but we did need another letter of support, but it didn't need to be his mentor.
Yeah, that's it.
I'm
so
a mentor,
2 letters.
and I didn't need to provide one.
No, I had to provide one. I did get one for an artist that was approved 2 months ago. And so we had a letter for the mentor's mentor that says this person is great.
Wow, like I'd be like, I'm curious to see who be your mentor, man. Be like some elder, like just really super crazy smart.
Well, no, we had like the artist was working on music production with a great producer, and we had to get a letter saying that this great producer had been mentored and is great.
Yeah,
I'm
that's
a mentor for the business program.
But still,
so that's different.
I appreciate those drops on those links because these are big. Like for anybody who's really out, I know there is some artists out there who are paying attention, and there's some artists out there who are really taking this in right now. So I appreciate you guys for helping out and dropping these links because these are gems. These are real gems, and I know if Kyle and Alan are learning something about grants, then it's gems. So appreciate you guys.
I also say like one thing that I learned from Canada Council, like creating, knowing, and sharing, is I don't apply for like the full album package. So what I usually do with an artist is that I'll just apply for like the pre-production and the production, mixing, and mastering. And then when we have the finished master, then we report and we close that file. And then like I like to have a good like 8 to 10, maybe even 12 months between the fully mixed and mastered album and the release date. And so within that time frame, I've got like another grant to cover all the marketing expenses and the rollout. And then it also gives us like the publicist on board, get the social media strategist on board, get the ad budget covered. And it's something I don't think you can do with Factor, but you can definitely do it with the Canada Council.
Where do you find these patient artists?
Yeah, it's definitely not in hip hop.
No doubt. Yo, okay, speaking of that.
I was gonna say though, like when Shub released his one album, like I mentioned it yesterday, I found it on SoundCloud and I convinced him to put it off for like a year so that we can put all the marketing support behind it.
Afterwards,
we were able to get that. Yeah, he's a DJ, so he could definitely wait a little longer. But it's because also like one of the great things to do when you have that long lead up is also using like synchronization licensing to introduce the singles. And like I was saying yesterday too, is like Sirius XM, the priority is releases in the last 4 months. And so if you can time out your releases every 4 months, you just maximize the amount of money you're going to get from streaming revenue, or Sirius XM royalties.
Which is way better than streaming revenue.
Yeah.
And commercial radio.
Yeah, the Sirius plays are like I said yesterday, it was satellite digital something, but basically they pay more than a radio play or pretty much any other kind of play. They pay out, man. So
Alan, can you speak to that one of your artists generated last year for perspective from satellite radio?
Yeah, they grossed $100,000 on royalties from Sirius XM alone.
Boom.
And so that and yesterday I mentioned that 55% of that goes to the master owner, and 40% goes to the featured performers, which is different than the songwriters, and then 5% goes to the musicians on the record. And so if you have like a Drezus featuring Mama Rude Gal, you guys would split the feature performer royalty. Even if Mama Rude Gal didn't write, or if Drezus didn't write the lyrics, you'd still split that feature performer royalty, that 40%.
Nice. So what I wanted to ask real quick was like, say that somebody couldn't get a grant, they don't have the money like per se to like put on this big campaign and have all this merch going on, but there's things like the Indigenous Music Countdown out there for Indigenous artists. There's things like Sirius XM. You can literally email Sirius XM your submissions, right, Alan? So yeah,
can you put up that link again, that submission link?
Yeah,
that's all it is.
I'll find it again. I put it away from yesterday.
And then yesterday, yesterday we talked about Sound Exchange, which is a great option, but if you don't include this one treaty in the W8BEN, which is the IRS tax file, if you don't include that in your W8, then they're going to withhold, I think, 28 to 30% of the revenue. But technically, royalties are exempt from withholding tax, but you have to quote that in your W8BEN or else they're going to withhold that money. But if you register with MROC or ACTRA RACs, there's no withholding tax.
But you still got to pay your taxes.
You still got to pay the GST and income tax. Unless you're on reserve, then I don't think you have to pay the income tax.
That's a lot of I mean that's for like that's for another level, but still, I mean, just get your music into Sirius, and like I said, you get signed up with Sound Exchange, and I feel like if you have some good music that's mixed well, that's made well, you know, you have a good chance of making some dollars there. I just put up the submissions link. So I know that Indigenous Music Countdown services Sirius XM as well. So I know that you can submit your music to Indigenous Music Countdown, which I will also put up. And go ahead, Kyle.
If you get into the top 10 of the Indigenous Music Countdown,
right,
you're eligible for a $20,000 factor grant.
Boom.
And that right now during COVID times, that's 75% of your expenses, which goes a long way to doing some more to create awareness for your music, building an audience, engaging an audience, and monetizing it.
Can you repeat that one more time, Kyle?
If you get into the top 10 of the Indigenous Music Countdown, that gets you eligibility for a $20,000 factor marketing grant. So
boom,
that's a real reason to submit for the Indigenous Music Countdown.
So it's a marketing grant? Is that?
Yes, that's correct.
Do you need to have an album grant with them to qualify for the marketing grant?
It's part of the factor not. I don't remember the exact. There's two marketing
non-funded.
The non-funded one where you don't get the album funded by them. So you basically can release a record on your own, get it into the top 10 of the Indigenous Music Countdown, and then you can qualify without having sales or streams that would normally be necessary to get access to that $20,000 factor marketing grant. So that's a
that's huge. That's a little benefit that we owe to Dave McLeod again, introducing the countdown and then lobbying Factor to have it recognized as a commercial countdown.
Yeah, it's amazing that opportunity is there because they're not fast at that sort of thing. So,
and I was just gonna share like one kind of hint or tip that I had from another manager was oftentimes she would submit like a factor album grant, but only ask for like $5,000 instead of the 15 or 20,000 that you're eligible for. Yeah, just to qualify for that marketing grant. And then you're reporting on less as well, because if you don't need the money, like again, if you can get like one of the artists I'm working with got 55,000 for the next album from Canada Council. And so if we go back to Factor and just ask for 5, I think the chances are a lot better. Like we've already got 55,000 confirmed. So we go for 5 and then we access the marketing and export pools of money at Factor later on.
Yeah, those are big boy moves when you're getting into the Factor grants and moving around with the marketing and getting into those full packages. One thing I wanted to ask, like, does anybody have any Actually, I wanted to ask Stomp a question. Maybe J-Mac can chime in on too. So if anybody out there listening, I used to be part of a group called Team Rezofficial. And we won a Canadian Aboriginal Music Award. We were nominated for Juno in 2009. We did some pretty cool stuff, like getting on the top 10 with the Rhapsody countdown on Much Music. We traveled all over North America. We toured all over the place, and it was a fun run. I just wanted to ask Stomp, and it's pretty like, it's a pretty serious question, but what were some of the things that you would say that we did wrong in the first run with Rezofficial?
So
okay, let me just put this in perspective for everybody. Yeah. So we basically signed up with actually, I'll let you say this. Go ahead, my bro.
Okay. So my role with Team Rezofficial on the back end, it was mostly doing production. That's where I came in as a start. But then I took on quite a bit of the management side as well. So I was answering emails, talking on the phone quite a bit. And at the start, we were really looking for, so this is a totally different time. This is when physical copies and touring is still huge, but definitely physical copies was big. So we wanted to make sure that we were at the forefront of what the market was at the time. And that was making sure we had national distribution. So we went with a record company in Winnipeg that had national distribution through EMI. And for the first run, for our first album, The Foundation, it was, they did provide quite a bit of help. And so when I say that, they were doing quite a bit of the grant writing, and it ended up biting us in the ass later on because they were being fraudulent. And it was, it ended up being a huge thing in the court and whatnot. And it's public knowledge. So it's not like I'm sharing something that's a secret. It's public. As a group, because I was handling quite a bit of the management side with JMac as well, we were doing double duty, doing production, but then also doing management duties. And so there was times where we'd also have to play road manager. So when we're going to do different shows, so after the first album and the lead up to the first album, we were going out and doing a bunch of, club shows, different festivals, different conferences, etc., and doing these shows as a group. And like what Alan was mentioning yesterday, it makes a big difference being nice, and being somebody that could be, or a group that can be dependable, and not that we weren't dependable, but there were times where we were extra, if you want to say it that way, or not nice. And ultimately it came full circle. And, there was other times where we'd come back around and meet those same festival organizers, and we would get turned down because, they heard this or they heard that we were acting out or something like that, after a show. Mm-hmm. And it was something that was common but it was really in the era of where our music was at the time too, as being younger men and being a lot wilder. Yeah. So looking back at it, there's a lot of people coming up, and we have, it's exciting to see all these younger acts coming up and seeing that the way that their trajectory is, and seeing what they're doing, and seeing, like what you had mentioned, Jesus, that like, what did we do wrong? There was a few times I would say dropped, definitely for shows, just making sure that we were on time. Definitely know that we were following through with different email opportunities, definitely following through with different, like, even just like, I know on the back end for the management side, I know Alan, because Alan helped us out quite a bit back in the day at Team Rezofficial in getting us different shows. And I remember there was even times when he was running the show and he would tell us, like, be on time, come to the show on time, make sure everybody's here. And we wouldn't all be there. You know what I mean? So it was one of those things that was like, because then my road manager hat is on, I'm like, oh, where are you guys? Come on, we have a show. We have to be here. You know what I mean? And some guys would just slide onto stage like as the show starting.
I'm like,
you know what I mean?
I'm sitting in the room, you know.
With no sound check. You know what I mean? And then I remember this one time in particular, and I remember asking Alan, I was like, Alan, slot us at a better slot because we feel that we're a bigger act. And he was like, you know what? I have no vested interest in your guys' group right now because you're not here, you know, and this is just come show up on your assigned slot. You know what I mean? And thinking back at it, I was like,
that's real.
You know what? That was arrogant of us to be able to think that we could say that, you know what I mean? And it was
to switch up the program.
Exactly. Just show up, you know, and because it wasn't our show, you know what I mean? It wasn't a Team Rezofficial show. It was a showcase show. You know what I mean? So it's just goes back to being nice, basically.
No,
you don't have to be a pushover or anything like that. But you definitely have to show up on time. Just come and do, you know, perform for the people, shake hands. You know what I mean? Be a good role model once you're off the stage. You know, just to be able to say afterwards, yeah, I'm gonna buy that guy's t-shirt because I could stand for that. You know, wearing that around. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
I also want to just say that back then I didn't know too much about advancing, and maybe that's something that we can talk about here is advancing shows because it's super important. And as with my manager hat, it's something that I don't like doing because it's so many emails back and forth. It's hurting all the cats and making sure that people are on time.
That's exactly it. Cat herding.
It's tough. Like advancing is tough.
Yeah.
So advancing, it was basically getting ready for the show, making sure everybody's communicating so that the show runs well, right?
So basically what happens, like if you're at a level where you have a booking agent and a manager, the booking agent will get the show, they'll contract the show, and they'll run it past you first to make sure you want to do that show and you're comfortable with all the terms. And then once the contract is signed, then the manager takes over or the tour manager takes over. And that's when the advancing happens. And so it's the discussion of all the details. The contract oftentimes won't have like, this is your set time, this is your load-in time, this is your sound check time. It might just have the venue, it might just have the date. And again, you'll have to discuss all those details. Larger festivals will start advancing shows, like start communicating about all of these details like 6 months before the actual show. And so that's when it becomes really hard. And that's how you stand out too, is by providing good customer service, because those festivals, those promoters are your customers. And so the way that you get invited back, like I always say, it's easy to get a show once, super hard to get it a second and third time. With one promoter or one event. And the way you get a second and third opportunity, or the way you transition from a discovery act at a festival to a headliner that can drive ticket sales, is by providing good customer service and taking care of those promoters. And so it's often like those bigger festivals are going to want your flights, your crew list, your stage plot, tech writer, hospitality writer, all those things, all the details, and again, providing it in advance. So that's where having a credit card is really important, because a lot of these bigger shows will come with accommodations and a performance fee. They won't pay for flights. And so as an artist, you're going to have a tour grant, or you're going to have a credit card that you can book your own flights and get to the actual event. And if you're not managing your credit well, and you don't have enough money on your credit card to book those flights 6 months before the date, then it's hard for you to provide that good customer service and advance the show properly. So, and this is just all about being nice and taking care of the people who are trying to take care of you.
No doubt. I think a big part of being nice is replying to emails, and I know I've slacked many a year on that. And excuse me, I can talk from personal experience that I've lost big bookings from not being that guy who is on top of the emails. And I've had people basically like head over heels, just really wanting me in that festival, from going from that to not answering my emails anymore, and just going like zip. So that's very, very important, and it's a life lesson for me. And Yeah.
I wanted to add, and make sure that you have somebody in your team, whether it's your producer or somebody that's working with you. So, say if you're a rapper or a singer, and you have somebody that's going to be helping, you know, provide grant writing, or who wants to step in and help you answer emails. Make sure that they're definitely either. So, say if it's a contract, if it's a record contract, or if it's like um, anything distribution, uh, any kind of contract, if they're not 100% sure on it, you know, hire somebody like what Alan was mentioning yesterday. Spend the money so that later on down the line it doesn't, you know, bite you in the ass, you know, like. And thank God that we weren't, you know, as a group, Team Rezofficial, implicated, you know, in the legal troubles that are, you know, the old label that we were assigned to ended up being in. But it could have happened, and it was one of the missteps that I took, as, you know, taking on, well, Jay and myself, they're taking on the manager role. We did get the contract looked at eventually, but it was just a misstep, you know. So whenever there's contracts involved, definitely get them looked at by somebody, you know, a lawyer, definitely 100%.
No doubt. Jamie?
I just add that I met an indigenous entertainment lawyer a couple of weeks ago on Zoom. His name's Nathaniel Lyman. He's in Vancouver, and he mostly specializes in film and television, but he does dig into music contracts. And so, yeah, it's he's the only one that I've met, like an indigenous person doing entertainment law. But yeah, there's lots of great lawyers, and the lawyer is a great member of your team. And honestly, if you don't have, if you're just like even having buddies manage you, I think like your buddies are going to need to ask people for advice and ask people for, you know, is this a good deal? And so I think like, and if you don't have the time to go to all these conferences or read the books or listen to the podcasts, just having money for a lawyer and to be able to call them. That's actually, I remember I was talking to the lady who was representing Daniel Caesar, and he again came up with his buddies as managers, and she was commenting, or she just made a passing comment that, you know, oftentimes his managers are just calling her up on a regular basis, asking for just advice on the business side of the industry, because they just didn't have the experience when they were starting out.
No doubt. I just posted up. I actually found Nathaniel. I found him. Posting them up for you guys real quick. I also posted in the comments for you guys who are really about it. Yeah. So what did she? You can have a lawyer on retainer for a monthly fee if it's not too expensive, but if you can do it, it's a great resource. No doubt. So what level do you think you have to be at to? Is it like a money thing, like to be able to afford it, or is it a workload thing, like how much work you got going on, or what is it? What at what level do you be like, okay, I need a lawyer? Like, do you want to have that in place before you get into your situations?
What, like, Dee, do you guys have a lawyer?
No. Anybody else have a lawyer?
What about Dee? No?
No lawyer.
Kraft, you got a lawyer?
We have looked into it recently. It is one of those things that's like, seems like money is a barrier for us at this point in time. And I also can't figure out, I mean, that I just totally like opened this Nathaniel Lyman's in another page, because before I couldn't figure out even like, who do I talk to? I tried to reach out to SOCAN because I was told that they have lawyers, but then I got a reply like, no, but we can't help you. So I was like, okay, well then I don't know what to do. So I'm still navigating that aspect. I'm trying to get into that territory now, because I have to start writing contracts and stuff, and I'm very nervous about doing those types of things. So yeah, I definitely want advice.
Another tip is like, if you are presented with a recording contract or a licensing contract, you can include lawyer fees in that contract, and so the label would maybe give you $2,000 to $5,000 to cover your legal expenses.
Okay, say if you didn't have that.
I think the time to get
Go
a
ahead.
oh,
Go
sorry,
ahead, bro.
I was gonna say I think the time to get a lawyer is when you need one. When you're doing deals that involve contracts. Lawyers don't really play the same role they may have played, a couple decades ago in terms of shopping music to majors. That's not really their thing now. So now you really need a lawyer when you're doing.
So what about
deals,
with
basically.
management? Like, there's a lot of artists out there who have this thing in their head about whether how to get a manager, or whether they need a manager, or whether they're ready for a manager. And I feel like we should maybe touch on this before we head out. Go ahead, bro.
All right. Most artists do not need a manager. They need to educate themselves, and they need to actually start building a business before it makes sense for an experienced manager to come in and do anything. Most experienced managers are not interested in taking someone from no income to some income. They're interested in taking someone from some income to a lot more income by partnering with something that already has proof of concept in place and is a proven viable business. And I'm sorry I'm talking to artists calling you businesses, but you guys need to own the fact that you are entrepreneurs in order to be successful in this, and to not be a hobby. You need to own that you are a business owner. And sometimes it means taking off the artist hat and putting on the business owner hat. And that, like me personally, I've been an artist manager. I don't have the patience for it. That's why I'm not an artist manager anymore. As a general rule, like I'm not well suited for it. I love helping artists in the big picture and in the strategy, that kind of thing, in building their businesses. But I don't have the ability to. It's just not in my personality traits to do it to that degree. So that's why I focus more on the consulting side of things, and I think a lot of the artists need to really just focus on educating themselves on how to build their business together by doing some of the things we've talked about, selling some merch, that kind of thing, and bringing in team members as needed when they've already got something going on. Because a manager, their job isn't to educate you. It's your job as an entrepreneur to educate yourself. No one's going to work as hard for you for your business as you're going to work for it.
No doubt. Appreciate that, man.
Yeah, I like to like have a courting phase where we see, like, I see if I send them an email or I send them a text, if they're going to actually jump on top of that and get back to me right away. I like we talked about the work ethic a little earlier in this episode, and that's super important. How serious you are, and are you ready to work? Because like I said yesterday, it's like the more team members you add, the more emails you're going to have to answer, and the more decisions you're going to have to make, and the more direction you're going to have to provide. So you have to be ready.
No doubt. Alan, what do you look for in an artist being a manager?
I think I just mentioned that I want hard work, like teamwork.
Sure.
Work ethic.
So that's the main thing.
Responding to texts and responding to emails right away. That's the key. And like I mentioned yesterday, like good music matters the most.
Of course, back to
I
the
still
good
think
music.
that's super important.
I want to ask. Oh snap! I'm going ahead and pressing buttons. I want to ask about the what's up with here. This thing keeps pressing down, bro. All right. This is a sensitive question, but I want to ask, since we have so many different people with so many different experiences. I wanted to ask, since we're in the Native Hip Hop Festival, how do you guys feel about, first of all, the term Native Hip Hop? And how do you feel about how do you feel about including culture in your music? I know these are two different questions, but if you have a question, an answer for it. Oh, here we go, Stone. Let's go.
No, I'm putting in Jay.
Oh, Jay. He's like,
Yo.
So
Well, personally, and so native hip hop term, I know that's always been something me and Stomp had always. I felt like, and I could be wrong here, but I feel like War Party coined that a fair bit. I could be wrong. I always stand to be corrected. For me, I don't like to be put in that box per se. You know, I'm a hip hop producer. So for me, I don't mind the term. It is what it is. I just don't want to be pigeonholed type thing. You know what I mean? And on the other coin, as far as the culture, I've never touched it. I've had opportunities to. I think you have maybe even asked me to throw some elements in some of the beats I send you, but for me, I just don't want to exploit, I guess is the word. For me, I practice culture, our culture. So I have a tough time doing that. For me, I'd rather just go to record store, pick up some records, or sit at the keyboard, find something that sounds cool, and present that. If the artist wants to throw something on top, you know, I'm okay with that. But me personally, I don't add it in. It's just a personal thing.
I just wanted to clarify, like, why I asked that question is because me being being an artist in this position, like, we came from making music like lonely. We grind in the streets, you know, and then as I progressed as a man, my music changed. You know what I mean? And
well, what thing too, like with when me and Stomp pre-recorded our thing here for the Native Hip Hop Festival, going back on our old music, like our stuff was super gangster, man. Like listening to it,
yeah,
like we played 1 year old tracks, and like you say the F bomb like how many times in the first 10 words said, you know what I mean? And
right.
There were certain songs we didn't play based on some of the verbiage, I'll say, in the music, just because we're in a different time now, you know, 15 plus years later. So even now we had to be a little mindful of what we're putting out there, even though it's already out there if you have access to it. So
but you know, the thing is though, like I feel like there's all types of different sides to this, because back then we weren't talking about anything spiritual, or we weren't talking about anything like amongst ourselves. I mean, you know, we weren't talking about even powwows or too much, that, you know, we weren't really, so it wasn't really a part of our life. But as I grew, it started to become more of a way of life for me, right? And when Warpath came out, that was that moment where I was like, whoa, there's somebody else on, there's something else there than just my body, right? So I was like, that's exactly what I tapped into. But then I had some people like, oh, you just did that for the culture. I mean, you just did that to move ahead. You just used your culture to move ahead.
I remember you wrestled.
So that's why I asked this question and what you guys felt about it. And
well, I remember you wrestled with that a lot at first, because I'm sure a lot of your fan base remembers some of that grimy, you know, gangster, whatever you want to call it, stuff we were putting out for a long time. But that was, you know, that's what it was during that time, like mixtape era. You know, we put out tons of mixtapes, and but at the same time, though, people got to witness your growth to where you are now, right? And I think people are comfortable now, hopefully, with where you stand, because I believe you're comfortable with yourself. And you know, it's been, for me, being at your side for going on 20 years to watch the transition is like night and day, man. You know, total night and day. From
let's not pull out the Drezus stories, the Dro stories right now. I know everybody's got one.
No, I think we all got one, but for me, it's just yeah, you know, the native hip hop thing, cool with it, but to each their own is probably my favorite saying to this point.
Mama, go ahead.
Okay. I like really wanted to answer this question. I'm sure the three of you in this room understand exactly why I want to answer this question. I think, okay, so for me personally, I am also like, I'm mixed as well. And this seemed, the title obviously was coined like by Rex, Small Boy was the first one to say it on Much Music. I'm not sure what year that was. And then ever since then, it's just been a thing that we had. And so from my understanding, it was like, didn't exist. And then when the term came up, it like turned into this like res in hip hop for natives kind of situation where it became like a separator. And then now there was like native hip hop shows and then regular hip hop shows and then not a lot of crossover after a while. And then that was like a big frustration, I think. I remember Ronnie talking about that a little bit. But yeah, the reason I also wanted to answer this question is because of the documentary that I directed with my team, Rude Gang, in which obviously Rezofficial was featured, and thank you all for being in that. But that was like the final question that I posed in the film and let everybody answer, and everybody did kind of give different answers for that, which I thought was really interesting because I think that a lot of people felt that the film should answer that question. But I think at the end of the day, there is no answer to that question. Like, you know, what is native hip hop and do we want the title, or kind of stuck with it? So yeah, it's kind of what we got. But I agree, like, you know, it does pigeonhole, because I think there's a lot of misunderstood nuance behind the term as well, which creates these pigeonholed Indigenous hip hop kind of opportunities. Yeah, I think, yeah, I definitely thank you for letting me answer the question. I really hope, I want to shout out to the film. I hope that people go check out The Foundation, which also is named after you guys' first album, because I love Rezofficial so very, very, very much.
Wow. No, thank you. That's awesome. I didn't know that.
I don't know. I know Drezus knows this, but I have been like listening to The Foundation since I was like 12. And that's, I have your guys' CD.
That's why you rap so gangster.
I have your guys' CD with all of your signatures on it that my mom went to Mount Royal College concert because I couldn't go because I was 12. So she brought it home for me.
I remember that concert.
Back in 69 or something.
Yeah.
I was yeah.
Stump was like 38 at the
1958.
Oh, yo,
I was gonna. Can I answer real quick?
Yeah, go ahead.
It's real short. Basically, I can understand what Dee was talking about because we gave different answers because we're all different people, and that's how I feel as Native Indigenous artists that are out there, whether they be full blood mixed, they have different perspectives on everything, and if a lot of them do really hold on to Native hip hop as the way that they make their music, what they see their music as, and that's, you know, it's awesome because when you listen to those, some of them coin themselves, you know, powwow, hip hop, crow hop, whatever, right? And it's when I listen to it, it's exactly who they are. So similar to what J-Mac was talking about, you know, when we were releasing music back then, you know, people instantly, oh, that's gangster. And meanwhile, none of us are gangsters. It was just the music and the different experiences that we had gone through, because Drezus at the time was living on Avenue D in Saskatoon, I believe, which was which was pretty hard, you know what I mean? And Tomislav, you know, North Side, Winnipeg. And so it was just talking about the different experiences and what they felt and what they had seen. So I really feel that what hip hop, of course, it's an oral way of sharing our experiences, right? So native hip hop as a term, I've never coined. I never agreed with what Rex termed that for War Party, and it was actually one of the reasons why I left, because I couldn't. Yes, I'm Indigenous. I'm a proud Indigenous man. I was back then, and I still am now. But it wasn't where I wanted. It wasn't what I wanted to portray in music. I just wanted to portray the best quality music that I could help put out. You know what I mean? So I feel that as artists, whatever you feel that you attach, whatever term, whatever genre that you feel that you're making, that's what you're making. Don't try and pigeonhole yourself into something just because your skin is red, you know, or light olive. You know what I mean? Do
Like-
whatever
like 10.
like 10. Just do whatever feels good for you, and make sure that that's because when you put yourself out there, when you write your bio, you have to write your story, and it has to be you. You know what I mean? You can't pretend to be Indian in the cupboard. You know what I mean? Like, you can't do that. Otherwise, as soon as you go on stage, people are gonna see right through you. You know, so it has to be exactly who you are as a person. So I
No
feel
doubt.
that 100% all the music that we put out, I can stand by it because that's who we were in that time. And I look back at it, 45 years ago when we put out the foundation, that's who we were. You know what I mean? And now seeing Drezus doing Warpath, that's who Drezus is now. You know what I mean?
It also seems to me like though it can be a good business decision, because I do see some artists who are just taking advantage, like their whole business model is just doing youth conferences or touring the res. And I think like when you market yourself as like a native hip hop artist, that makes it easy for the chief and council or those like that older generation to say, you know what, this sounds like something the kids will get behind. And
it's always
and
been like
my-
that, though.
We don't sound like
Yeah,
that,
and it-
Alan. We don't sound like
It's-
that, though, Alan.
That's exactly how you guys sound. Wait a second. These young people are interested in music. Let's get some native rappers for them. And I think like oftentimes like that is a business model and a decision by some. And honestly, like I've grown up in hip hop too, and like I love the culture, I love the music, but I think like oftentimes for me at least, it's when they market themselves like that I just don't feel it, to be honest.
No
When
doubt.
they're not to say not every artist that markets them as a native artist, like a native hip hop artist, but like artists that just do it because they know the chief and council will book them. That's where I kind of I'm not into that. Like I want them to make music, like Tom said, make music that's who you are. Don't make it for the decision makers like J-Mac.
No,
It's true. It's true.
This is crazy. By the way, having all these different worlds just kind of colliding in one moment right now.
I appreciate that, though. I appreciate that.
Speaking of colliding, Kyle Kraft, are you back in the building?
Yeah.
Yo, how do you, how can I put this? From the outside looking in, from the indigenous community, I'm not saying you're like way on the outside or nothing like that, but what is your thoughts on the term native hip hop and the artists coming up in the game,
Okay,
like in the game?
I was being very silent on this because it's not really my place to speak, but since I'm asked, I think that the showcasing of individuals' heritages is super dope. I love that there's so much more than just the streets in you now, you know. To see just the background and the culture showcased to me is some of the dopest elements of a lot of native rappers. Superman. That's what he does to me.
And he is that too.
I mean, he's a dope rapper as far as rappers go, but just to bring so many elements of his culture into it, with wearing the regalia and dancing, even with the b-boy flavor in there as well, but the more traditional stuff. And I personally think it gives it so much more character. And I mean, there's literally millions of rappers out there trying to get people to pay attention to them. The more substance and character you have, the better your chances are of giving something for people to really grab onto and identify with and to stand out. So me personally, obviously, every single individual artist is different in how they feel about things. But to me, that gives it so much more layer and depth that I love about it.
Dope. I appreciate that, man. I feel like there's, like I said, there's so many different, like it's different for every artist.
Mm-hmm.
And I feel like the biggest message that's coming through from everybody is that just don't front about who you are, and don't fake who you are. And when I'm speaking about this, sometimes I think about the way somebody might, like an artist might change from who they are before they turn on the computer or before they get into an interview, you know, and like completely turn into this like other person that to me looks like a lot of work, man. So like personally, at me, artist to artist, I'm saying just be 100, and because everybody can see through that, you know, especially guys who are trained to look for artists and look for certain qualities in artists, they can see right through that shit. So I know that we were all over the place today with the topics and subjects and the talks, but I feel like you guys offered crazy insight for any artists out there. I could see in the comments here that you know, you've definitely dropped some gems. You know, we got Earthchild getting motivated. Oh, we got Earthchild's about to do a set. Can we open it up?
Hey, Drezus.
See what?
Can I just say one last thing about the Native Hip Hop title? I just wanted to say, like, participating in events like the Native Hip Hop Festival doesn't pigeonhole you. I think these are events that bring community together, and so I think it's important to make that distinction between like the idea of being pigeonholed and the idea of like
community,
participating in your community and giving back to your community. I think those are two different things.
Major love to Manic, man, because
big up to Manic. That's what I was just about to say.
Because I know he gets this a lot. A lot of people, he catches a lot of flack for this. And I just want to say that no matter what, Manic, you have created a community that feels like they feel at home. You know, they feel like they can be themselves in this community. And like Alan said, just know your step, you know. And if we can get into really quick, if does anybody have any last minute questions for anybody out here, post them up. In the meantime, does anybody else have anything to say? Anything do you want to let us know what you're up to? Anything like that? We'll start with Alan and go around the same way.
No, not really.
All right. Okay then. Go ahead, Jay.
Musically or just in whatever?
Let Manic get off in the comments real quick. Manic, get your ish off, Manic.
They tried silencing us, they failed. No doubt.
It's true.
No, a big shout out to Manic though. You know, we've been at this for a long time, so it's good to see it get some movement. And I know he's invited us out a few times, so I know I can only speak for myself and maybe Stomp a little bit, but it's an honor to be able to be showcased. You know, we were able to do a set, so to be able to be showcased and provide some of our some of the stuff we've done over the last, what is it, Stomp, 17 years? So it doesn't feel like that long though, to be honest. You know,
it's 17 years.
Yeah, it's crazy. It's been but it's been crazy 17 years. But for myself, musically, you know, go to the record store regularly as per usual. It's part of my routine. Work on some music here and there. You know, I'm a big podcast guy, you know, so I watch, you know, your podcast, this, YK has a cool one, you know, and then all the other ones that most people watch, and try consume as much music as I can. It's tough because there is a lot. So trying to find that free time with family life and my job life definitely is a challenge, but for me it's something I love to do, so I always make sure I'm tapped in. And you know, I know we're keeping busy with the Reach for Life stuff as well, and trying to adapt to doing shows this way. You know, I've been working on how I'm going to deliver my portions of our virtual whatever you want to call them, sessions, and it's interesting because I'm not used to it. I'm used to just presenting and doing my thing in front of people, and so it's definitely an adjustment, but we'll get there. So again, thanks. you know, and I took in a lot from you guys. It was a great panel, so I appreciate every one of you guys and your words. So, hi.
Dope. I just posted your email. Holla at him for beats.
Yeah, no doubt. Appreciate that. Appreciate that.
Yo, Stomp. Before you go,
yeah,
you see the comment on the screen?
Yeah, it probably needs it right here.
Yeah, go ahead, bro.
Yeah, thank you, Manic, for this opportunity once again. It's amazing, you know, and the whole team behind the Native Hip Hop Festival. It's a great opportunity, you know, and like I said, I'm proud to be Indigenous, so to be able to do it basically, you know, for the culture. Like I was telling Jay, you know, this is our it's been our tradition for me over 17 years, going back to 1995, I think is when I started with War Party, 94. So I was producing music for quite a while, you know, and I took a real big step back, and now I'm still staying creative, you know, doing a lot of different graphic design for different artists. So it's still being creative, you know, I'll never stop being creative. Eventually, maybe I'll get back into beats, but for now, I'm just living life, honestly. And so I really appreciate the opportunity, like Jay said, to go back and, you know, go through all of our old music. And we found a few different songs that we hadn't even released, you know, that I forgot that was even on our hard drive. So it was a really
Did you
good
put it on the set?
Yeah, we put 4 on the set.
Sick.
Yeah, so we have 4 unreleased on the set later on tonight. So yeah, thank you once again. Thank you for the panel. It's freaking awesome. It's awesome to see Kyle, because I know Kyle we've been emailing since early Team Rezofficial days, I think. And I remember way back, I can't remember who you're working for, but I remember, you know, going back and forth in your show, sharing different opportunities for, like, you know, Juno nominations, et cetera, et cetera. So I know you've been grinding since, you know, for a long time. So it's great to actually put a face to the email. You know what I mean? Thank you, Drezus, for doing a great job moderating. And Dee, I didn't know about the foundation actually being named after the foundation. That's amazing. And Alan, good to see you as always.
I hope.
Yes. Yeah, just thank you. First of all, thank you so much for having me on this panel today. I am definitely seconding what Tom said. So nice to see your face finally, Kyle. Lovely to see your face after all these years. And always lovely to see you, Alan. And always, of course, my love for Rezofficial runs deep. So I'm happy to be here. Very, very happy to be here. Yeah, check out, follow me on social media. If you don't follow me, Mama Rude Gal, Instagram, Facebook. I'm on Spotify. Follow my team, Rude Gang Entertainment. Same thing, Facebook, Instagram, Spotify. Also YouTube, subscribe, Mama Rude Gal and Rude Gang Entertainment on YouTube. Check out Red Man, the album by Hope. That's on Spotify. And there's a lot of really great music videos that we produced for that project. Those are all on YouTube, and as well as his Facebook page. One of them we filmed in New Orleans when we were at the International Indigenous Music Summit. So we're really excited about that. And then another member of Rude Gang Entertainment is dropping an album really soon. His name is Doobie. And that album is going to be called Apollo 420. So that's coming out within the next few months. Going to be dropping some music videos for that really soon as well. And then my album is going to come after that. That's kind of more secretive. So just like follow us on social media to stay tuned in for that. But also please go and check out the foundation. That's available on YouTube and Vimeo. It's about 10 minutes long. Check it out. Drezus is in there. Tom is in there. We also have Snotty Nose Rez Kids is in there as well. DJ Cookum. Very, very important. And we're hoping to expand that into hopefully more episodes in the future. So stay tuned on that. And also, most recently, we literally just finished a documentary like a week ago. And that is on the Welt Culture and Museum website. But we're also going to be releasing it on our YouTube and our social media very, very soon. So please take a look at all of our social media, subscribe and follow us. And yeah, thanks again for having me, guys.
Which I'm posting that link, by the way, to the foundation as we speak.
Thank you.
I will post. I guess that's not going to do no good on the screen. I'll just keep it in the comments. So anybody wants to check that out, go ahead and click that. And yeah, let's hear from the brother Kyle.
First of all, thank you guys all as well. This is excellent, and it's good to have the opportunity to share, with hopefully a lot of artists watching this to help them move forward their craft and their careers. I want to do a quick shout out for Juno submissions right now. Alan and I are on the Rap Music Advisory Committee for the Juno Awards. Submissions this year are free for the rap category. So the only thing it takes is a little bit of time, and it's well worth the opportunity. It gets dozens of rap-specific people in the industry checking out your music, seeing your name, handling your business, can open doors for you. So, like I said, it takes a little bit of your time, none of your money this year. TD Bank's picking up the tab on that one, so get your submissions in.
Yeah, get them in. Posted a link too.
Yeah, junooawards.ca. As far as other things that I want to recommend right now on the podcast front, there's a really, really dope music marketing podcast called Creative Juice that everybody should be checking out. These people are this company called Indiepreneur. I've been listening to their podcast for the last couple of years. I've taken all their online courses. It's where I learned a lot of the e-commerce stuff that I was talking about earlier. How I learned to up my game on the online sales front, on building the mailing list, building the online relationship with artists, supporters, that kind of thing. I know a lot of the stuff we were talking about might be a little bit daunting, but it's a really good starting point. So Creative Juice is the podcast. The company's called Indiepreneur. I sent Drezus the
posted the link up.
Okay, dope. Thank you. And yeah, guys, just treat your craft like the business it is, unless you just want to have a hobby, which is okay. But for those of you who are really trying to get your music out to more people, or turn this into a side business that maybe one day could be a principal source of living income, you got to be that entrepreneur, and you got to treat it as such as well. So this kind of stuff is the perfect place. This online marketing stuff is the perfect place to be focusing on, to build an audience, and then to learn how to monetize it through selling merch and so on. And I learned tons from these people, so can't recommend them enough.
Appreciate you, my dude.
Likewise.
Appreciate
Jesus,
Go ahead.
let me just jump in. I have something to say now.
Holla. Go ahead.
I just wanted to say, like, I've noticed that on the native hip hop marketing materials, a lot more women this year, and I think like we've as a community, we've got to do a better job of like putting our women in the front. And same with all the podcasts that you're doing, Drezus. You got to get more women onto these episodes.
Thank you.
And I just wanted to acknowledge what Manic did with the festival this year, and including more women.
Big comment, McGwitch Allen, for putting that out there.
Yeah, thank you, Alan.
All on blast.
Appreciate you.
Rightfully so.
Pushing for that, and have been for quite some time.
No doubt. All right, guys. We got some live performances coming up. Man, I appreciate everybody on the panel today. Big ups to Manic for bringing us together. I think this is the first time that we've been all together in the same room. That's for damn sure. All you guys, man, great, huge resources of knowledge and experience. I appreciate you. I hope you all have a good night. And is anybody out there reachable for any artists, serious artists out there?
Yeah. You can share my email again. I got a couple emails last night, so I haven't replied to them yet. I try not to. Yeah, I try not to email on the weekends, but I'm gonna get back to them tomorrow.
All right. So like I said, let's not like start spamming them and talking about if this beat sounds good or who we should get on your next song. They're talking about business. And today we focused a lot on the business, which is a side that we tend to slack on, including myself. So big knowledge, big presence. Appreciate you guys. Everybody who's watching, stay tuned for some dope performances. Peace, fam. Have a good one. Yeah. All right. Damn. Okay, we here. We still live. This is definitely the longest live session we've ever had. Thank you to the Native Hip Hop Festival. Man, I'm going to get right into it. Coming up. Shout out to Rude Gang, by the way. Major love to Rude Gang. One more time, shout out to Kyle Kraft. Shout out to Alan Greyeyes. Shout out to J Mac. Shout out to Big Stomp. Shout out to Mama Rude Gal. And you are absolutely right. We need more women in the industry. We need more women representation. And that, real talk. So let's make it happen. Next up, we got a performance from the brother Earthchild. All the way, I believe, from Smithers, BC. Y'all ready? Let's get into it, man. Let's get into it. Shout out to all the people on the YouTube side, the Twitch side, the Facebook side. We see your comments. We appreciate your comments. We love you guys. Let's get into it. Ooh. Oh, no. Let's go.
How's it going, everybody? It's Earthchild here, and this is the Native Hip Hop Festival. I'm excited to share some tunes with you. So let's get right into it, you know? This first song is called Rise and Shine. We still rising when the sun don't rise for us.
Fucking so long, bro.
We still shining when the sun don't shine for us. We still rising. We still shining. We still rising. We still shining. Yeah. We like flowers trying to bloom in the night. We like flowers trying to bloom in the night. But we remove from the light like losing your sight, trying to move to the rhythms of light, but living in fright, mood shifting like the moon lifting the tide. What you get from the lows will set you up for the highs. That's where your strength gonna show, cause it's heavy inside. What we hold, what we hide. We still rising when the sun don't rise for us. We still shining when the sun don't shine for us. We still rising. We still shining. We still rising. We still shining. Yeah. Yeah, just warming up with that one. So this next track I'm gonna do is just me having fun with some old bars that I've written over the years. This one's for the kids. We didn't deal the struggle, bro, but we feel the struggle, bro. We can't kill the struggle, bro, but we can heal the struggle, bro. We feel the highs, we feel the lows. We will rise and we will grow. We apply the paint to our faces. The rainbow way is ready for the changes. Shape shift from dark ages. We escape from the dangers. My heart speaks my ancestors' language. Through the English anguish, I tangled the arrangement from the secret societies that tried to hang us. The real criminals are just trying to frame us for the crime that they committed, so they blame us. Our eyes see the truth, so the lies are currently being presented to us to change us, to save us from the agony encrypted. We don't want to the balance, but these evil sons of bitches tipped it. The scale it fell with only one side lifted. The poor get poorer and the rich get richer, but every one of us is born gifted. We didn't deal the struggle, bro, but we feel the struggle, bro. We can't kill the struggle, bro, but we can heal the struggle, bro. We feel the highs, we feel the lows. We will rise and we will grow. Yeah. I rap ties, make white caps and capsize to your backside. These bad guys, they baptize this red fist, get black eyes, bastardized, blind eyes. Hide behind the disguise, black suit, black ties. Back the truth, you can't back these lies. My bird flies through, I got bird's eye view. Matter of fact, I got third eye view. But I'm digesting every word at you. When you got a stomach it through, you just can't stomach the truth. You just can't stomach the truth. I'ma go back in on icosahedrons by the coast region. Flood beings dive down as we descend. Going off the deep end, it depends on defense. We send our souls down to feed and feel. No repent to heal and ascend. As I watch the seal swim, make medicine wheel spin. The spreads confuse sin. Boot up to pick your mood up. Move up to this place of mind. State of mind. State of mind. State of mind. State of mind. Yeah, Earthchild. So this next song I'm going to be playing is called Reinvent the Wheel. And it's a song that I put together with Clayton Charlie Boy. He accompanies on the guitar, so shout outs Clayton. I'm gonna reinvent the wheel, like we should divest in automobiles. Invest in the people, bless the medicine wheel. I climb a giant cedar tree and perch with an eagle. Speak about the people battling evils, cattle and sheep, bred there to be lethal. Freak about indigenous packing quivers and hunting for the kill. About the fishes, they diminish by the minute. We had a limit for real, just to feed the whole community a meal. Feast community, bring peace and the truth that this peace can heal. Bunch of goose tips who choose to believe in cruelty. Bring beef and veil. Your rule is useless to the rule of the universe. You have no rules, but I know peace and keeping it real. Speaking of what reals, what's concealed, go with what you feel. Intuition in the world, visions for real. Reinvent the wheel, like we should divest in automobiles. Invest in the people, bless the medicine wheel. I'm gonna reinvent the wheel, like we should divest in automobiles. Invest in the people, bless the medicine wheel. Yeah. Bless the medicine wheel. Yeah, no kidding. It would be amazing if all of these artists were actually in the same room together. So, you know, maybe that'll happen one day, but, you know, let's do it like this. Yeah. I hold the light up, I hold the light up. I hold the light up, I hold the light up. Yeah. I hold the light up, I hold the light up. Yeah. We have young children asking where their father be. Mama stuck with unpaid bills and this poverty. Spending what she has on the hopes to win the lottery. The system change your way of life and that fucking bothers me. I'm not what they want me to be. I pray for what I ought to be. I become my spirit cause that's what I gotta be. They try to compare environment to economy, so they push a 9 to 5 on me. My words are my autonomy. The dictionary is monotony. Talk is cheap, so I drop a beat on your monopoly. Got to do it properly, so the populace honors me. Locked in a box, broke the lock and hopped up on my sovereignty. Unifying universe, you and I, the astronomy. All we need is all the peeps, the global colony. Pollinating star seeds with far reach, the best part, a fresh start like a baby's heartbeat. I hold the light up, I hold the light up. I hold the light up, I hold the light up. Yeah. I hold the light up, I hold the light up. I hold the light up, I hold the light up. Yeah. Yeah. All you wanna go with is what you show up with. I am on your mind. I can tell the way you look into my eyes, yeah. You don't need much, oh, you just need love, oh. I don't need a lot, I love what I got. I got my sons and I got you, what up? I got you, what up? Well, you show up with me, you leave with me. I believe in you, you believe in me. What I see in you, you see in me. We come from broken homes and families. I won't abandon you if you don't abandon me. I'm finally home. I'm finally home. I'm finally home. Oh, oh. Yeah. Yeah, yeah. I'm finally home. Finally home. Finally home. Finally home. Shout out to my partner and my kids. I love you. I'm finally home. I'm finally home. I'm finally home. Oh, oh. Yeah. Yeah. I'm finally home. I'm finally home.
So this next song I'm going to be doing is called Butterflies. And it's a song that I did with my partner, Helen. It was her first time recording and doing something like this. So it's really special to us to be able to do something together like this.
I got all these butterflies for you, but I know you got some for me too. I am breaking out of my cocoon. Now I am here with you.
Cowboy had emoji. Today was awesome.
It really was. Happy face emoji.
Thanks again.
Didn't want it to end. LOL. Thank you.
No, Sam, I hear you on that one.
Yeah, something new we've never been through. Me and you, who knew? Just us two, out of the blue. Maybe the timing was not right, but our hearts ignite, burning bright, turn the darkness to light.
Love has always been my muse. It's the light and the fuse. It's the life that I choose. Even when we in the dark, we searching while we cruise, navigating and never waiting, always moving through. I was stagnant, feels like I've been unable to move, but this feeling I got from this girl is feeding. Her energy is food, and my soul has been feeling. It's like she healed up this wound. I'm no longer bleeding. What it do?
I got all these butterflies for you, and I know you got some for me too.
I am breaking out of my cocoon. Now I am here with you. Yeah. I got all these butterflies for you, but I know you got some for me too.
So this next song I'm going to be doing for you is called I Can Feel the Vibe. And it's an unreleased song. I'm super excited to release this one. Let's just do this, you know. I can feel the vibe.
Here's to another sunrise in the morning. Sun up in the sky like the eagle soaring. Feeling the vibe like that feeling inside. I don't know, you're just feeling alive. You breathe it in life, feeling up alive. Oh, I can feel the vibe. Oh, I can feel the, you can feel the love, you can feel the hate, you can feel rough, you can feel great, you can feel the push, the pull, you can feel the past, the future, take control. Guys ain't present, a lot of this escape us in a second. Wasted away, just stressing, you grace each day, and wait for more blessings. Smudge away the pain and regain your essence. Some days you thriving, then you surviving, you feel alive and feel like you dying, but gotta keep trying, believe in the time, keep on smiling, even when you're drying your eyes from the crying, even when you're hiding, putting on masks and disguises, just keep on vibing. One day you look back like it'll all be behind you. It can be hard for you to tell your tale. You at hardcore with a hard shell. You mask emotions so know it's hard to tell. You pass on moments cause you're afraid to fail. I pray one day you can share your story. I know you ever Southside, you are storing. Mask off Christ from your eyes are born. You can find success in trying to that could be rewarded. Here's to another sunrise in the morning. Sun up in the sky like an eagle soaring, soaring. Feeling the vibe of that feeling inside. I don't know, you're just feeling alive. You're breathing in life, feeling up alive. Oh, I can feel the vibe. Oh, I can feel the You gotta feel that you're alive. You got right here so you won't die. We will know disguise. You gotta reveal the glow inside.
So this next song is a work in progress, but I'm super excited about it. I've been playing it over and over again, and I just want to share like a bit of an exclusive with you. So this song is called Live It Up.
Oh, let's live it up. We've been down but never giving up. Looking on store, that shit is up. We not worth billions, but resilient as fuck. After feeling stuck and being shit out of luck. Up shit creatures need more than not enough. It's all you need, but the greed got people fucked. And that's what makes people suck. But I've been raised by people who are tough. I know the streets well, but no back roads can be rough. I got my strength from a family who have seen enough. Just need that seed of brush and we pick that spirit up. Clear it up like drying eyes after tearing up. Keep going with it, I know you got it. Cause all you need is love. And everybody in your family. I know you think it's not enough, but trust me, I know it's all you need is love. Oh, let's live it up. We've been down but never giving up. Looking on store, that shit is up. We not worth billions, but resilient as fuck. After feeling stuck and being shit out of luck. Up shit creatures need more than not enough. That's all you need, but the greed got people fucked. And that's what makes people suck. Fuck it, I'm on my explicit shit, cause it felt like it needed the emphasis. If I stuck to this, would you all fuck with this? I put my best list up on my bucket list before I kick the bucket and don't give a fuck a bit. I'll be busting it with love and trust in it. Life just hit me like a bustin' lit trouble hit. I stumble quick, I was humbled a bit. Split these triplets, the keys are into it. My bars articulate, my art is authentic. Yeah, some days are dark and today it is lit. Some days I hit harder when playing the kid. Music, my movement to move out the sickness. Use it as therapeutic to move out the stress. Do it, I prove that it's one of my gifts. Choose to keep moving with truth in my grip. Oh, let's live it up. We've been down but never giving up. Looking on stoic, got chin is up. We not worth billions, but resilient as fuck. After feeling stuck and being shit out of luck. Up shit creatures need more than not enough. That's all you need, but the greed got people fucked. And that's what makes people suck.
Yeah. Yes, sir. Earth Child
This is
coming
the
back
Native
in
Hip Hop
with
Festival. Yeah. Is history trying to repeat itself? Or is history trying to correct itself? You gotta check yourself before you wreck yourself. Respect yourself, brother, protect yourself. They will threat your health, put you in debt as well. What is fresh in a poison well? Poke holes in a pail, so my flesh is a pail. And an oil spill, gotta boil it well. The foul smell, sour and stale. Devours a whale in a ship with a bag sail. The power will fail, these cowards are pale. The powers come now and these hours prevail. True powers unveil, our hearts are still beating the drums. We breathing from lungs that free from the sun. Seeds grow into trees, the leaves are sprung in the spring when the song's a song. The
frequency, frequently. Breathing is one, we spirit beings. Swimming in sun, our fingers and rivers and run. Reverence repent for the red in you. Don't like revolution or rebellious youth. That's a bold thing to whom. Once we rephrase, revving engines need revenue. The rebel you is red blood in you. Send the red and blue to repeal your view. Evolution, a spirit that dwells in you. They put a spell on you, put hell on you. It's when the weight of the world just fell on you. Native tongue speaks and they tell on you. It feels like residential school. Get abused for being you, for speaking your truth. Yeah, for speaking your truth. What? Yeah, for speaking your truth. Yo, it's Earthchild here. I had a good time rocking with you, sharing some songs. You know, shout outs to all the other indigenous artists. Enjoy all of the wonderful free music. Much love. Peace. I'm out of here.
Jeez. Come on, man. Come on, man. If you're feeling Earthchild, put your flames up. Show them some love. If you didn't know, Earthchild was a part of Mob Bounce, who was a deadly group out of the north, out of BC. Shout out to Northwest Kid. Yes, major blessings. Up next. So I'm your host, by the way. Up next, we got 306 rep in the house. We got a 306 rep in the house. Up next, we got T-Rhyme, y'all. She's coming from Saskatoon, Saskatchewan. Nothing to be played with. Nothing to be played with. Let's get into it.
What's good, Native Hip Hop Fest 2020 Pandemic Edition? It's your girl T-Rhyme coming in from Saskatoon, Saskatchewan, Treaty 6 territory, live and direct from the White Buffalo Youth Lodge. So let's get into it. This is a track off of my debut EP entitled Diary of a Mad Red Woman. This track is called Kill Her. Now as I lay my head down to sleep, I beg to the heavens, let me rest in peace. If only I knew then just what I know now. I swear I would never let the light burn out. Now as I lay my head down to sleep, I beg to the heavens, let me rest in peace. If only I knew then just what I know now. I swear I would never let the light burn out. Caught in the mix between right and wrong. Fade out the track, I rewrote her song. Conscience they lack, so I carried on. The voice in my head tells me to move on. Do this, do that, do that. Pull back the clip, rat-a-tat-tat-tat. As I kill off these verses, load up the hearse. Forgot to say a prayer, so I must rehearse. Oh dear God, am I going to hell? The demons on my shoulder put me under a spell. Words worth nothing, so I kill her with the beats. Bass to the brain, boom, back on repeat. Shatter eardrums, equilibrium off. No longer conscious, hear the sound click off. Fade to black, seeing nothing but red. Bloodshot eyes, hip-hop is dead. Now as I lay my head down to sleep, I beg to the heavens, let me rest in peace. If only I knew then just what I know now. I swear I would never let the light burn out. Now as I lay my head down to sleep, I beg to the heavens, let me rest in peace. If only I knew then just what I know now. I swear I would never let the light burn out. Took a deep breath, tasted nothing but dirt. Tried to move my body, all I felt was earth. Panic set in, knew I had to break free. Black filled my lungs as I struggled to breathe. The harder I pushed, more momentum I gained. Saw a glimpse of light, then I started to fade. Relied on my third eye, dug through the darkness. I refused to die and be another fallen artist. Much like a phoenix, I arose from the dust. Burst from the underground, made my way up. Off in the distance, I could see my killer walking. Shadows all around, to herself she was talking. Stalked from a distance, I listened to her rhyme. Flowing lullaby, suddenly began to cry. Ready to give up with the weapon to her head. One last verse, poetry she bled. Now as I lay my head down to sleep, I break to the heavens, let me rest in peace. If only I knew then just what I know now. I swear I would never let the light burn out. Now as I lay my head down to sleep, I beg to the heavens, let me rest in peace. If only I knew then just what I know now. I swear I would never let the light burn out, burn out, burn out. I swear that I would never let the light burn out, burn out, burn out. I swear that I would never let the light burn out, burn out, burn out. I swear that I would never let the light burn out, burn out, burn out. I swear that I would never let the light burn out. Hopefully everybody's feeling good out there at homes, live and direct from Treaty 6 territory. If you're just tuning in, I am your girl T-Rhyme. And I just wanted to share some tracks that I've created over the years. And the next one that I've got, as a matter of fact, made it to #1 on the Indigenous Music Countdown a few years ago. So I need y'all at home to get up out your seats and vibe with me. Can you rock? Can you rock? You know, like in the golden days, yeah. In the golden days, yeah. Can you roll me? Can you roll? Can you roll? You know, like in the golden days. Yeah, I could kick a verse for y'all and bring it back to 93. The very first time I ever heard a fresh beat. I was naughty by nature, but I kept my kicks clean. Salt and pepper flavor gave me knowledge and a dream. A little out of sorts considering who I be. Add a little rhyme and then a dash of the tea. Oh snap, we on it, got me hooked onto phonics. So ill, bubonic, Dr. Dre like chronic. I just wanna be the queen of my time. Gain an ounce of more respect with these rhymes. Might be a little old school, but I keep it soulful. Erica Badu meets Slick Rick, gold truth, gold to soul food. Swallow you whole food, mighty mouth breaking bread. Smith and Wesson shooting lead. You might be another dead boy, palm rage. Don't try to step between my pen and my page. Yeah, can you rock? Can you rock? You know, like in the golden days, yeah. In the golden days, yeah. Can you roll me? Can you roll? Can you roll? You know, like in the golden days. Golden days. Yeah. Illmatic with dramatic, so magnetic, copacetic. I acknowledge where I'm headed. Call that Wu-Tang forever. Do what I can with this mic in my hand. Rhyme for what it's worth and pass the torch to my clan. I just wanna be Gene in a world full of Iggies. Underground, know me, notorious, no biggie. Stimulate my brain. I choose knowledge over fame. Respect over promo, big ups over shame. Never gonna sell out, cause my body's a temple. Sexuality so free, I resemble. Goddess for the record, I ain't repping it wrong. I swear to keep it real until the end of every song. I might get a little wild moon child rebirth. If I don't keep my promise, bring me back to earth. My third eye's open wide, never blind to the truth. Leave it up to me while I be living proof. Can you rock? Can you rock? You know, sing it with me, y'all. In the golden days, yeah. In the golden days, yeah. Can you roll me? Can you roll? Can you roll? You know, like in the golden days. Golden days. Yeah, sing it with me if you can. Can you rock? Can you rock? You know, like in the golden days, yeah. In the golden days, yeah. Can you roll me? Can you roll? Can you roll? You know, like in the golden days. Golden days. Yo, shout out to my sister Sierra Jamerson on these amazing vocals. It's the way that we rock. It's the way that we rock when we doing our thing. Woo! Hope y'all are feeling good still. It's a beautiful day here in Treaty 6 territory. The sun is shining. We got a nice breeze going on. And we've got a wall full of beautiful art behind me here at the White Buffalo Youth Lodge. So coming in live and direct. Keep it moving. This track is a track called Ego. A single I dropped a couple years ago. You know that battle that you have every day with yourself? That's you battling your ego. So that's why I wrote this track. To remind myself to stay humble. Yeah, count all the ways that they steal in your soul. Are you aware that they waging for war? Free your minds and in all due time they dig deep and resurrect your lives. Speak your truth and all will be fine. Don't commit if it ain't your crime. Commitment is deadly when prison the fine. So I would advise that you respect the line drawn in the sand. God has a plan. Reverb the rhythm, reviving the land. History gon' repeat itself. Work it through, the youth needs our help. Pommy is destiny, I manifested it. I love the rhythm to death till I rest in it. I ain't a prisoner, I can attest to it. I am the teacher, so be my apprentices. Yeah, yeah, yeah. My level is godly, it's her, I embody. My level is godly, it's her, I embody. My level is godly, it's her, I embody. Do what I say, but don't wanna demand. Don't have much time, but I do what I can. We will be forever standing worlds apart. Let go of your ego and speak from the heart. Yeah. Is you afraid? Am I a challenge? Not like the rest have been true from my chalice. I got the back of his queens in my palace. Say what I mean, but don't mean any malice. One of a kind, so I ruffle your feathers. Birds of a kin and we flocking together. Beefing with me, but my Kobe is clever. It's over your head, you don't know any better. Opposite, but we feel the same. Ride with me, but stay in your lane. Dag is thrown, but I feel no pain. Envious and it is a shame. Can't be a gem till you release the pressure. Never throw stones cause it may be forever. Prism the vision, you radiate in it. But when will you see that we ain't any different? My level is godly, it's her I embody. My level is godly, it's her I embody. My level is godly, it's her I embody. Do what I say, but don't wanna demand. Don't have much time, but I do what I can. We will be forever standing worlds apart. Let go of your ego and speak from the heart. Yeah, yeah. Do what I say, but don't wanna demand. Don't have much time, but I do what I can. We will be forever standing worlds apart. Let go of your ego and speak from the heart. Yeah, yeah, yeah. My level is godly, it's her I embody. My level is godly, it's her I embody. My level is godly, it's her I embody. Hope y'all are still feeling good. Hope you're enjoying the vibes with Miss T Rhyme tonight. Shout out to everybody out there tuning in to the Native Hip Hop Fest 2020 Pandemic Edition. Quarantine. Just kidding. But I hope everybody's enjoying themselves on this beautiful day. And we're working on dropping some good old jams for y'all that's chilling at home. I know it's kind of a crazy year. We don't get to go to shows like we normally do, and we don't get to gather like we normally do, but this is a beautiful opportunity to virtually gather and share some of that good vibes. Speaking of good vibes, I don't know if y'all caught The Trickster last week, CBC debut. And you may have caught this song in the background. It's the Bad Boy track. Old school for life, trapped is a mindset. I'm a hustler either way, yo, I got you blinded. Got you blinded. Got you blinded. I graduated from the old school, now I'm doing this. Yeah, probably tripping, I'm dipping into this newer ish. I'm still crazy fly, might become a full-time stewardess. If I don't evolve, I'm Alicia, yeah, call me clueless. I be grabbing all the limelight, like it's lit. Too many basic itches, wanna be baddies, they gonna prove it. Forcing you to eat what they cook and never chew it. Y'all ain't got no passion, you just simply doing it to do it. Pop the LL, Cool J, rock the bells. I'm the GOAT, Princess Nokia, you'll ring my cell. This a throwback to my youth, and I ain't done. I'm still rocking Hirachi's original like 91. Now that's a tough lesson. You OGs getting salty. Annihilate these beats and my flowetry never faulty. Though it ain't my type, I'm still proving it to her. I'm the realest rap bitch, and I recite it every verse. Old school for life, trapped as a mice. I'm a hustler either way, yo, I got you blinded. Got you blinded. Got you blinded. Old school for life, trapped as a mice. I'm a hustler either way, yo, I got you blinded. Got you blinded. Got you blinded. Woo. Y'all feeling real blinded? Hope y'all got to check out the premiere of this amazing series on CBC called Trickster. Shout out to my girl, Crystal Lightning, stars in the film, or the series, and just loaded with Indigenous excellence, this whole program. So definitely check it out. You'll hear a lot of good vibes on there.
Everything was brought to you by the Creator, the one Creator. Some people call him God, some people call him Buddha, some people call him Allah, some people call him other names. We call him Tonkashila, grandfather. We're here on Earth only a few winters. Then we go to the spirit world. We are all from the earth.
All right, everybody. I'm gonna need some crowd participation with this, okay? When I ask y'all to put your hands up in the air, I'm gonna need y'all to put your hands up, okay? When I ask y'all to put your fists up in the air, I need y'all to raise them up, okay? This is a revitalization of the For Women by Women movement. Revitalize. Put your hands up in the air right now. Revitalize. Raise your fist high in the air right now. Revitalize. Put your hands up in the air right now. Revitalize. Raise your fist high while we rise. Yeah, I felt that life. I smelt the burn of a pipe. I've been the way to hell and back into the blade of a knife. I've experienced the hardship, pressure and the darkness. Sat lonely in the corner cause I'm living life so tragic. Meant what I said, but never said what I meant. I even had the knowledge up, but gave it 0%. Know the saddest thing in life is wasted talent. So then, instead of people dying young, we need to teach and prevent. The devil wears red, but don't believe the hype. It's the color of a nation on a daily grind to get back into the rhythm of tradition, not religion, cause the residential methods hide opposing type of living. Our people and the youth, we struggle as a group, fighting battles on the daily. Ask your elders for the truth. It only gets harder till you find the sight to martyr inner demons and defeat them, cause we know we got the power, y'all. Revitalize. Put your hands up in the air right now. Revitalize. Raise your fist high in the air right now. Revitalize. Put your hands up in the air right now. Revitalize. Raise your fist high while we rise. Don't call it lost culture, call it revitalization. Language is our seed and we're growing through the pavement. Syllabics the roots, dialect is our leaves. Flower is our power and community our tree. We've come too damn far for us to ever give up. Now it's time to elevate each other, truly rise up. The only real battle is the battle within. Once you believe in yourself, then your journey will begin. My mother is sacred, she's a survivor for real. Though it's taken her and I so many decades to heal, still we persevere cause I got dreams to fulfill. Like my sis Equal said, success is a good kill. I be killing it and doing this amongst my sisters. Heal beside our men and truly educate the youngsters. They rely on us and so we gotta stay tough. Make your offering with unconditional love. Revitalize. Put your hands up in the air right now. Revitalize. Raise your fist high in the air right now. Revitalize. Put your hands up in the air right now. Revitalize. Raise your fist high while we rise. Put your hands up in the air right now. Revitalize. Raise your fist high in the air right now. Come on, y'all at home. Put your fists up with me, okay? This is the revitalization movement. Revitalizing our culture, revitalizing our language.
Feeling the blood with ancestors in my veins. Finding our voice and being strong enough and brave enough to get up and talk about our experience.
Revitalization. All right, everybody. Auntie T Rhyme is getting a little tired. It's not the hour for me to be up and getting too crazy with y'all tonight, but hope y'all are really enjoying the 2020 Native Hip Hop Fest. Shout out to Manic. Thanks so much for having me be a part of this. And yeah, I just want to end it on some good vibes, on a little remix vibes. Bury me before I'm a burden. Don't bury me till bitches is certain. Yeah, yeah. Bury me before I'm a burden. Don't bury me till bitches is certain. Yeah. Call it what you wanna. They call this T-rhyme drama. Truth is booming through your system. Pump it up like technotronics. Yeah, we living through these times. Survive by going IG live in this wild pandemic, but never ever did I panic. Mask on, mask off, futuristic like planets. A spotty, oddie, dope-alicious, ATLian addict. I'm fully out the scene, so I keep my conscience clean from these whack pathetics who ain't never ever gon' get it. They really going nowhere, still these haters love to trip. Had to mix the anime, line up like anime the flick. My mind too strong, you could never break me down. Gotta hook them up with face paint, cause these bitches love to clown. I'm really in this game, so y'all ain't never shut me up. I mean what I say, and I don't really give a T-rhyme the ruler, cause I know I'm hella slick. Might as well just wear an eye patch and call me Uncle Rick. Ever sick? Yeah. Bury me before I'm a burden. Don't bury me till bitches is certain. Yeah, yeah. Bury me before I'm a burden. Don't bury me till haters is certain. Yeah. One love. Much love. It's your girl T-Rhyme. Coming in from Treaty 6 territory. Live and direct. One love.
Ooh-wee. Ever sick? T-Rhyme with that. Damn, with that nostalgic feeling though. If you were feeling T-Rhyme, make sure and put your flames all the way up, fam. Put your flames all the way up. That was T-Rhyme from the 306. Man, that was dope. Extra dope. Appreciate you. Appreciate everybody for tuning in. Appreciate everybody watching. If you're watching, make sure you let us know where you're from. Let us know where you're tapping in from. Oh yeah, this is what we're gonna get into. This is the Native Hip Hop Festival. This is the Native Hip Hop Festival. And what we're about to do is get into something. Ooh, we're gonna get into some classic material right now, all right? You guys with me? Hold on, let me get some shout outs. We got Colorado Springs in the house. We got Monroe Washington in the building. Right? Her voice, though. You already know. Oh, G-Spot Phoenix. Okay. That's how we feeling. California, hopefully you all good, my G. Thunder Bay is most definitely in the house. You know what we got coming up? Man, we got some classic material coming up. We got the brothers from Rezofficial. So I know, like the real there know about Rezofficial. And it's a group that I started with back in the day in about 2003. We made a mixtape called Hard Work and Hustle. Well, I believe that was the first mixtape to ever come out, called Hard Work and Hustle, 2003. And in that year, I was living in Saskatoon, Saskatchewan. And I remember I remember feeling pretty lost in my life, man, not knowing what I was going to do. And Big Stomp came up to my house. Big Stomp came out to my house in Saskatoon after we had a chance meeting at this club in Calgary, Alberta. And I remember knowing that Stomp was a part of War Party. And I remember knowing that he was a part of like this insurgence of native hip hop. So when he showed up to my crib with a brand new beat CD that said Rezofficial on it, I knew it was fire. It was like the golden ticket. And I remember I knew that everything up to that point, rap wise, changed, because now I had producers that were willing to give me music. Producers like Stomp and J-Mac. I remember getting this CD and being like, oh, and it said Rezofficial in a Sharpie, right? And don't mind my busted up cast all up in your grill. It was written in Sharpie. I popped the CD into the deck. And at the time, I was doing my thing with Stress Street and Joey Styles, and I was living off of 22nd and Avenue T. And I remember like that area being crazy all the time. Like, you know, you open the window and you're hearing like people yelling around, scrapping, sometimes a gunshot. But when you close it up and then you pop in that Rezofficial CD, beat CD, it took me into a whole nother world. And I thought these were the dopest beats I ever heard in my life. And the illest part about it was these guys were Nietzsche's, were native people, indigenous people. And, you know, we just started making music after that. I think the first song that we made was a song called Brains Blue. And hopefully I'm not telling too much of their story right now, but I just wanted to tell you my piece. Major shout out to Manic. Major shout out to all the people helping out with the festival. Shout out to all the viewers, especially the viewers. You guys make it all happen. But before I keep on rambling, because I'm tired, let me wake you up a little bit with some knowledge. Right here is some Rezofficial. Are you ready? Put your flames up if you're ready for Rezofficial, family. Because this is some real. All right, let's go. Let's go.
Hey, what's up? This is Stomp from Rezofficial Music and J-Mac. Rezofficial Music, we started in about 2003. J-Mac and I, right after I left War Party, started looking for different acts to work with. And I knew that Jay was actually already working with War Party. And he was just insane. Like, the beats he was making were crazy. So it was really easy transition to work with him, and so we really appreciate the opportunity to share some of the music we've made since 2003 up until just about today. Thank you for the opportunity for having us. Yeah, so there's J-Mac. He's going to start the first song.
Hey, how's everybody out there? Good to have you live with us. Appreciate it. So this first track, we're gonna go way, way back. So like you said, when I started, I did some music with War Party, and you know, working on stuff. So this very first track is actually called Maintain. It's by our good friend Helen Back, who was Kool-Aid the Chubby Tree then. So, and I'm gonna transition to something new that you guys might recognize. So with that, I'm just gonna get into it and hope you guys enjoy.
My focus in life, you know you gotta even when things are stacked against you. Cause all they wanna do is watch you and your crew, kid, crash and burn in flames. Political powers have no real say on my rest. Native government council and chief of the words I dread. You cats gotta understand the situation we live. Seems like take from the powers that give. Been alright to most, been happening for so long. Cats don't even bitch alone about the shit that goes on. Cause the shit that goes wrong is a tad bit overlooked. Peeps placing trust in that white shit that's cut. Native brother bleeding like the layers from the ozone. But no matter what, I'm a living reference out for my home. You can't tell me diff or try to change my mind. Cause my own opinion is what makes my life mine. So maintain and try to keep your head on straight. This goes out to my peeps locked down for distributing right. Keep your head up. I see you when you touch ground and maintain. Cause it's cool to see that. Walk around.
I know you feel like I feel.
All my native people stand up, man.
I know you feel like I feel.
Cause I feel the same way every day, man. Listen.
I know you feel like I feel.
But you gotta understand, all my native people, yeah. I'ma maintain my focus, yeah. Most anyone out there who will try to approach us the dopest shit about this life. We choose to follow, we use our minds, so what these can have a better tomorrow, and that shit is real. Like lost lives and suicide, I just stand beside my fallen and kiss them goodbye. But what can I do? It's hard, but life goes on. I focus on the present, cause my heart's the piece of my life for war. My life's so calm, but the storm is brewing slowly. People never used to talk that everybody knows me, but I maintain my goal besides all that extra shit. Cause all that was to me was just extra shit. That was never the goal. I just love to spread the message. And if you need to chill, you just track as a reference. I love hip hop like I love my fam, and help me get through this very fucking wasteland.
So, working together as a production team, we started working with a bunch of different MCs. Helen Back was obviously one of the easiest transitions coming out of War Party because it wasn't War Party, like Jay said, as Kool-Aid the Chubby Tree. So working with him on his solo album, that was about 2003, 2004, and I know that track, the first track that Jay played was around, we were saying 2002, around there? Late 2002, early 2003. So that was kind of around the birth of Rezofficial music. A lot of the songs that we started working with, we were working with different artists, that, independent artists, MCs for the most part. One of the ones that we started working with was actually living here in Musquechies, in Lima at the time. His name was Big Slim. And Big Slim ended up working with us through Team Rezofficial all the way through till, some of the newer acts too. So some of the first few projects, like we sat here in this, where we're at right now, this is Old House Studios. And it's on the Samson Reservation in Musquechies. And we spent whole summers, whole winters together, just recording, just getting our practice down, getting our craft together. And Slim was one of the ones who I worked with quite a bit, and Jay as well. And at the start it was either Helen Back or Big Slim, and then eventually Big Dro came into the mix. So next track is going to be Like That. It's off of one of Big Slim's first projects called Sleazy Does It.
Yeah, I like it like that, put the top down, turn the bass up, tell me what it do now. You can have it like this, you can get it like that. You should keep it right here is very sad. Young money on the run, what it do, man? Yeah, I'm running things hotter than a summer day. About chips, man, fuck what a hater say. I ain't playing games and I'm never one to hesitate.
midnight, got my lean on, drink in my cup. You ain't chipped, so you get none. Reach for it, catch the bottom of a timberland. Put you on the flow, head spinning like a ceiling fan. Yeah, I know you're tight, you just wanna talk that tough guy talk. Have you sleeping where the fish at? Step back, get back, you don't want that. Millie on the waist, all they wanna do is kick back. House parties getting rowdy till the cops come. And my mama gone, telling shorties, can I get some? Which one of y'all really tryna do something? See, I got the papers and my niggas got the you-know. Let me see that ass bounce like a 6'4" Chevy, front, back, side to side, like damn. Proof, there I go, vrooming in the lamb. Let it melt in your mouth, ma, never in your hand. Understand? Yeah, I like it like that. Put the top down, turn the bass up. Tell me what it do now. You can have it like this, you can get it like that. You should keep it right here is where it's at. Yo. Motherfucking Mac, you can't be serious with this one, bitch. Motherfucking Slim. Mixtape 2, niggas. I wanna take y'all niggas on a ride with me. Rezofficial, big stop. Let's go. Close your eyes, let's ride. Destination unknown. You can be the navigator, go any place but home. Bounce with your nigga while we cruise through the city, shaking hands with your people. No selling, no security. In the spot, mad weed and no cops. No such things as fucked up friends to crack rocks. But the rain don't come down, cause we in control now. The weather is never cold, I'm out with the flow now. Niggas want beef, I had a mistake. Let bygones be bygones and scrape the plate. Fuck all that money you make, yeah. How much you would give them back? Stuck in poverty's paradise and turn us to rap. Move CDs, $10 a piece. Like my last day living, no sales, we ain't eating. Gotta feed my seed, take care of my wifey. Give me good loving if I borrow something pricey. You wanna succeed, you rhyme with me, just hop in the back. I take you where the money be at. Take you to them platinum plaques to cash the stacks. Just tilt your head, close your eyes, so let's ride. Wake up, eat, brush your teeth. Don't want them kids, smoke some green. Tie your kicks, kiss that bitch. Don't want your charm, make it that clean. Wake up, eat, brush your teeth. Don't want them kids, smoke some green. Tie your kicks, kiss that bitch. Don't want your charm, make it that clean.
So that's Big Slim, aka Sleazy Sleaze, and he was originally from Pasadena, California, and he ended up moving up to Muscogee, so we live up here for a few years. And so in the years that he was living up here, we were just working. And I was right at the end of the War Party days, right into Rezofficial music, so it was awesome having that creative energy, just coming into the studio and doing anything that we wanted to do, everything that we were feeling at the time. Lots of different, feel-good party music, a lot of really heartfelt and slow kind of stuff as well, which was great because, it's always a great outlet having music. And after that, we started really working with whoever really caught our ears. And I remember Big Dro, back in the day, I remember meeting him in Calgary, and it was like an after party. And we were riding to the after party in a vehicle, and he was just rapping like just at least a half hour, just going bars. And it was so impressive because it was so natural. He had a really good natural voice, and he was living in Saskatoon at the time. So I remember going out there, after work on a Friday, going to pick him up. It was like a 5-hour drive from Muscogee. Go pick him up, come back here, and then just record like all weekend. And this is originally where we started working on his first project, which was actually called Fast Life. And that was about 2004, I want to say. About 2004, 2005, 2004, I would say. The next couple tracks are going to be one of my favorites called Hold That, and then one of Jay's tracks called Shadows.
Yeah, it's your boy Big Dro. Got my man Stomp on the beat. Let me holler at you for a second. I'm that dude, the one your homies checking for. On the low, y'all be searching every record store. Even your pops know I'm the truth. Word to OD, we all probably die in the booth. Rest in peace, homie. Got no peace on me, but when my heat drops, it'll flood the street, homie. We some soldiers, all of my team. Word to Blizz and Buzz, all up in the Marines. Fatigued out, CDs out, you need help. You need help to breathe now and inhale. like some asthmatic chronic weed addicts who can't control the mic. Can someone please grab that shit? I spit lethal like venomous gas. My fire melts mics and I bend them in half. And if you haven't even seen us live before, we get bucked with it like the Vibe Awards. Minus the stars plus hundreds of bars. T.O. the Van City getting blunted with us. And it's best that you have no problems, cause I ain't playing with you like you Magic Johnson. Cause you acting y'all love to hate me, but I get so much love on your block, it's crazy. You get love even up in them jails, cause we the new source like the Double XL. Y'all motherfuckers think you playing. This ain't no motherfucking game. My whole team's sick. We ain't playing for 1 second, man.
Here it comes again, those powerful winds of my mind.
I've gone through life preaching.
Listen up now. Real life shit. For all my peoples in the struggle, all my peoples in the hustle. We can do this, keep it moving. Come on, let's go. Come on, let's go. Ever since a young boy, I've been on to put it down. Mama said when I was 9 that I'm destined for a crown. I said, yeah, right, but kept it airtight. My palms turned to flows, then I ripped them midnight. Before I hit the sack, I would write and spit a rap. Yo, my papa gave me soul, I'll forever give him that. That's as far as it goes. I came this far on my own. I was honing the craft, and it was starting to show with my little scribbles in my bonnets and books. Before I met crime, spending time with the crooks on the way to school. Started blazing them dudes, getting faded with brews, jacking for papers and shoes, even could have been you. Didn't really give a fuck, spent the most of my younger years sipping, getting drunk, but don't get me wrong, I ain't saying it's good. If I could have changed my ways, then I'm saying I would. Okay. J Mac with the heat. Listen up now. Big Dro, Rezofficial. For all my peoples in the struggle, on the grind. Keep it moving. We can do this, keep it moving. Come on, let's go. Come on.
So after working with Big Dro, who's now known as Drezus, we started really getting into coming together and putting these artists that we're working with into a group, and making sure everybody was cool with the different dynamics of working together, and they all really meshed together really well and had played off each other. And one of the biggest talents that we actually started working with was this younger guy named Thomas Lab out of Winnipeg. So once Hellenbach moved from Muscatchees, because he was originally from Muscatchees, he moved out to Winnipeg, I want to say 2003, 2004, maybe around it. Probably around the same time that we started Rezofficial music. And Hellenbach was actively finding different people to work with, and Thomas Lab just shot. He was insane. Like this, he had bars and bars, but he was clever and he was just witty.
Yeah, so with that too, the next track was off the Foundation, as is the beat playing. Actually, the next beat I'm gonna play, I first brought it out at a War Party session. I brought him a bunch of beats. My oldest son was good friends with their son, and so I bring my boy over to play, and I would show him some beats. And this beat I actually showed to him, and I think they liked it, but I never actually, nothing ever actually happened with it. So at the time, I went to school with my buddy Lakes, Elzaki, who was part of the collective, and we banged out this track pretty seamlessly, and I like to call this one a Rez classic because people still listen to it. I still get props on it. So without further ado, I give you a rose.
A rose in Harlem starts to bloom. The world is like a toy balloon. I hear a love song and I cry.
Yo, Mom, I
got something to tell you. Look, I ain't never met a girl who's like she. I'm scared cause she got my heart beating so rapidly. And I ain't never spotted one who possibly could be the mother of my child. You just properly show how a lady should be at all times. Not to mention, damn, your ass is so fine. Through my perception, I see perfection. I take direction, I'm truly stepping out on a limb. I hope the branch don't break, but I'm feeling safe, so these steps I'll take. Since I'm trying to build in this construction zone, the kid to play it safe like I got a heart at home. Get it? I swear, as long as I'm here, you need to be taken care of. Remember, I'm always there. Where you need, ma, you see, ma. Don't be afraid to ask me for that, cause we in fact better than that. Just chill, put your feet up, I'ma handle that. Let's be ghosts.
I'm getting money there, man, no time to quit. We be rolling tight, 20. Collecting, getting respect, that's it. My clique be running these city streets. I'm getting money there, man, no time to quit. We be rolling tight, 20. Collecting, getting respect, that's it. My clique be running these city streets. Money, man. Any way that I can, like me, glow, jumping out of Blue Econo like Van. I'm in the street, dog, straight pushing and grinding, hustle till the wheels fall off until I'm rocking a diamond. It don't matter money, as long as I get paid. Cause if I don't, I'll give y'all a real nice fade. Who's thinking that my whole team ain't making it? And if you want something, I'm liable to take it. It ain't nothing you can do. My team like wild balls, make you turn up like a World Series fly ball. I bet you didn't know my role model Zebo. They slapping and stealing from the people. I'm a grimy native, I'm on the hunt for cash. Last time I ate my stash, he gave me gas. I'd hold the heat on my waist, but it gave me a rash. From the steel, truthfully, I found that in the trash. I'm getting money there, man, no time to quit. We be rolling tight, 20. Collecting, getting respect, that's it. My clique be running these city streets. I'm getting money there, man, no time to quit. We be rolling tight, 20. Collecting, getting respect, that's it. My clique be running these city streets.
So that was No Time to Quit. And that was off of the first album, The Foundation, for Team Rezofficial. The first single was actually Keep On Moving, which was huge record. I remember back then when we first submitted for it was called Video Fag back in the day with Much Music. It was such a huge thing getting a Much Music video grant and getting the opportunity to be able to share that music, with nationwide, and just to be able to get really good rotation on Much Music was insane, and it helped propel everybody that was working with us as Team Rezofficial and Rezofficial Music into a different level of just getting the music out there. And so everything that was after the foundation, we were really rolling with everything that we wanted to get done as far as getting out there, doing shows, and those records, like Jay said, A Rose ended up being and still is a Res classic. It's one of those ones that people always want to hear. And after Foundation, people in the group were starting to work on their own individual solo projects after that. So I know Hellenbach was working on quite a bit of different solo work, and then Dro and this new artist that we actually found from out east named Dakota Jones also kind of got brought in for a solo project, just a solo EP. The next record is called Two Step, and it's by Hellenbach, and it actually never really landed on anything other than Scared Money Don't Make Money, which was a mixtape. But it never really actually got released. But it did get performed quite a bit, and it's a really good record. And then after that is one of Jay's records, Miss Jones, and it's Dakota Jones and Dro. So, yeah, this is Two Step.
Searching for a love, now I've got to find you.
Yeah, your boy Hellenbach in the building. It's that feel good music, man. I don't know how I'm supposed to play it. Rezofficial. What up? Call me slap. Big Joe, else I keep Big Slim. Let's go. Yo, we in a building, cell phones ringing. I'm about to make my move, rap slinging. I'm trying to stack dough and get paper, man. Walking past Stank Coast, smelling like paper, man. I'm like, damn, when I see a fake artist claiming to be the hardest, don't start this. I keep it moving like my team's jump ball. Cats who be hating really need to jump ball. The D-I-C-K. Don't sweat me, hey, don't let me get loose on the native head. Is you fakes really serious or what? Whenever we come through, you need a stitch for your cut. I'm Rezofficial heater, never sport a white beater. All white Air Force Ones help my life beater. And if you think you better hit me on the celly, dude. And if you can't get through, don't be silly, dude. Come on, get with me, Rezofficial, step with me, hella back. You in the same old two step. Come on, get with me, Rezofficial, step with me, hella back. You in the same old two step. Come on, get with me, Rezofficial, step with me, hella back. You in the same old two step. Come on, get with me, Rezofficial, step with me, hella back. You in the same old two step.
This is Lakota motherfucking Jones.
Mr. Jones, Mr. Jones, Mr. Jones.
This is me. Scream it out.
Mr. Jones, Mr. Jones.
This is me. Scream it out.
Mr. Jones, Mr. Jones.
This is me. Scream it out.
Mr. Jones, Mr. Jones.
This is me. Scream it, I'm calling, I'm coming, fuck walking, I'm running in, but ain't no stopping until Miss Jones done you in. Make it look easy, it's best you come see me. I spit my shit freely like kids popping wheelies. Come look what I can do, lots I can show you. I don't spit nothing unless that shit is brand new. No time for boys trying to show me their toys. Ladies, you hear what I'm saying? Make noise. Yeah, that shit will not move me. With that you gon' lose me. Musta mistake me for broad to a bougie. Too much respect for self, I don't trust no one else. Eyes in the back, so I'm watching my wealth. I keep my eyes open, I see where I'm going. Only keep people around I've been knowing. For people who shady, that's just trying to play me. You question my raps, motherfucker, you crazy.
Mr. Jones, Mr. Jones.
This is me. Scream it out.
Mr. Jones, Mr. Jones.
This is me. Scream it out.
Mr. Jones, Mr. Jones.
This is me. Scream it out.
Mr. Jones, Mr. Jones.
This is me. Scream it out.
That was Miss Jones by Dakota Jones and Dro. They had Get On Your Job. That was their mixtape, which is insane. It was an insane mixtape. We really started focusing on a lot of mixtapes. Mixtapes at the time, you know, at shows, it was one of the main merch items, just being able to toss out at shows and different live appearances and whatnot. So as Team Rezofficial and also the different solo artists, because they were just continuously recording, we had so much material that we were able to put onto different mixtapes as Team Rezofficial and Rezofficial Music. We actually released 4 mixtapes after the foundation. It was the first one was Family First, then Scared Money Don't Make Money, Follow the Leader, and then Work. So we had 4. And so we used each one of those mixtapes, and it was awesome because it was mostly just doing different drops, just similar to how, 50 Cent does it, and recreating songs, making our own, original music and whatnot. That was the era, yeah, exactly. It was around 2005, 2006, I want to say, around there. And so after that, well, actually, no, we'll play a couple of tracks off of the different mixtapes. The first one is produced by myself, it's called Family First. And the way that we did these mixtape tracks, we had each MC just going back to back to back to back. And it was amazing because the way that they used to be able to flow off each other, it was just, yo. Anyway, Family First, and then Jay's track, 48.
Hey, yo, what up? John, a.k.a. Sloppy Joe from the Mighty Great Brand. Represent Family First mixtape, Rezofficial. Fucks up, y'all. J-Max, Stomp, Ellenbag, Big Joe, and the rest of the clip. What's the deal? Once again, Great Brand, bitches, what? Family First,
Yeah. Rezofficial, family first, let's go. This is for my people getting high with me and all my res motherfuckers down around, you see. Oh no, Rezofficial is the family. Always on that grind, got the streets on lead. Oh no, come on and take a walk with us. In the block we trust, ain't nothing stopping us. Oh no, big stem leg stomping J. Big Joe, Tommy Slab, Helen Baxter T.
All these space gang banging like some new fad, but too bad they'll probably catch one up in a do rag. Now I'm side giddy, jump inside 50s, and all my dirt and my lies, they gon' die with me. And that's a damn shame. I play that damn game till I got a few wives in the Cascades. Champagne and grapes, let's do the damn thing. Forget the chickens, man, we pull them like a handstring. Let's get our minds right and get the paper popping. I grew into the game, but I ain't from Compton. I'm 24/7 like a hotline, a rock line. Watch a game, hit a stop sign. Oh, some real shit. See this team here, stay focused. Before the industry, the streets were the first to notice. First to purchase, first heard, and the first to approach us. Stay blazing. Our joints never fade to roses. The boys I came with brought something to the game and changed it. The music's good, I just hope I'm bringing more than entertainment. New arrangement, the music in exchange for a payment. But changes in these scriptures on these legendary pages. Deciding who's your favorite, these bitches, they wanna favor me. My eyes on the labels and looking for where them haters be. Don't take us for granted behind these image of poets. That's all we know as soldiers, is that the family's foundation relate.
Word. Telling back, Big Dro. Low key homies and OGs got around the block cause the talk about me is so deep. You can check the hustle by every and all means. I represent the struggle through patterns and rhyme schemes. I'm not forgetting what I'm getting by not regretting a thing. Making sure that what I'm getting is helping feeding the team. I'm a problem but I love it. You cats can love it or leave it. I'ma leave it on a CD so you can run and retrieve it. And for all those with doubts, just look at my life now. I couldn't even dream of putting this mic down. Me and Helly scheme on some money and nice pals. The honey step to me, then the pussy get piped down. I'm hyped now. No more digging in my pockets and finding nothing. My team come with nothing but the hot shit. Cop this at your local mama pop. The day I stop rapping is the day my drama stop.
So in that time right after the foundation, we were going and dropping each one of these mixtape releases. It was continuous shows, doing a lot of traveling, and it was awesome, meeting and working with a whole bunch of different artists from across the country, and really making lifelong connections. And it was one of the reasons why we're even doing this set right now, is working with Manic was one of them. We had a really great crew out there on the West Coast, and it was always love, and that's one of the biggest things about doing this music, was just the undeniable amount of different creatives, and especially just indigenous creatives that we met. Actually, not just the indigenous creatives, but all the different creatives were amazing. It allowed all of us to succeed, and to be able to do different shows everywhere. After the mixtapes, we're continuously working on our next actual album as Team Rezofficial. Jay and I were continuously producing music and putting together different beat packs in anticipation of the new album that was coming out. And this beat, Lonely, actually hit #1 on Rap City on Much Music, which as a kid, it was amazing, because I know it was one of the biggest dreams for myself. So this first track, Magic Days, it's Jay's record. You want to talk about it a bit?
Yeah, so Lonely obviously is lonely. So when we were going through this thing, for me, Magic Days, loved the way Stomp mixed my drums on there, really made it pop, and the way the guys just kind of go in, special time, special moment. Nominated for a Juno with this album. Did a lot with this album. It really helped propel a lot of us in different ways when it comes to musically. Performed at the Olympics after this, and so on and so on. We'll get into what led after this, but with that, here's Magic Days. Hope you enjoy it.
Yo, Slim, man, I need you to take it back
for me, man. This beat just gives me that feeling where, you know, I was like back in the day when I first loved this shit, man. When I wasn't even into the beats, I just wanted to do the shit. Yeah.
If I ain't had no tunes, I would act a buffoon. Music was my rescue since I was rocking in the womb. A formal release was captivated by them sounds of Sugar Hill. The way DMC styled his gear. When Fab Five Freddy hit the air, I was there. When K-Day was AM, dog, I'm just saying. Used to rewind the tapes till they ain't on the plate. Was digging in mama's crates, I was raised on the classics. Marvin, Michael, Stevie, the brothers Osley, Lakeside and the Funkadelics. I name drop all of them cause I love all of them. My headphones on, I ain't here, I'm there. And where this is, I just don't care. Doing Thriller dance moves cause it was cool to be a ghoul. Nowadays it seems that things done changed. We ain't little knuckleheads, we done came of age.
Yeah, Sleeves, that's what I'm talking about. Hey, yo, Helly, get in there, man. Let's take them back to, late 80s, early 90s, whatever. That's what I'm talking about. Get them on that shit, take them back. Let me tell y'all something.
Grind, stack, don't stop. This is how you get money. Make that dough pop. This is how you get money. Get money, ayy. Get money, ayy. Get money, ayy. Ayy, ayy. Get money, ayy. Get money, ayy. Get money, ayy. Ayy. Hey, yo, pause. The first move off the car so smooth, you be looking for a star. But a star ain't be dropping no stacks for the cams and the fancy 20 grand hugged by a rubber band. Money driven, women and fast living, wheels spinning. What's money if you ain't spending? Either you cheat, pretend it, or I'm tripping, going hard body on anybody who think different. And who could do it like me on price tags and white tees with a white brim and Nikes? It's likely your girl likes me and dreams like the trees in the streets. Feel the speed and cool breeze. Find me in the backseat between looking like double D's. 2 times the time, please. Get it right. My crib stacked with money and ice, shining with colors like club lights. Grind, stack, don't stop. This is how you get money. Make that dough pop. This is how you get money. Get money, ayy. Get money, ayy. Get money, ayy. Ayy, ayy. Get money, ayy. Get money, ayy. Get money, ayy.
LA, Sacramento, Oakland, Frisco, what's up? Altadena, Pasadena, 626, Long Beach, what's up? San Diego,
It's by
Pomona,
Big Slim.
Yeah,
One of our favorites.
stand up. We in the building, West Coast, and it's on again, baby. We living the life, Melly Beach and palm trees. Who you calling the hype? You lace your chucks up and keep your Jan Sport on tight. You wanna ride? Say hello to your personal tour guide. Look to your left, you see a bum laid out, kid. Cause it's hard getting a job when you laid off, kid. Why they think it's all sun and sand? See World and Disneyland. You need some new eyeglasses. Everybody acting, shorties is high fashion. Beware of them jackers rocking them ski masks from day go to the bay, yo. Keep your limbs in the low, cause ain't nobody out here for joking. I smoke on the regular, heavily humblowing. With 2 strike fellas that see no red lights. Everything is past go, and I'm cool with them 5 doughs from weed to rancho. Now watch me stack dough, come on. Reach for the sky, if you want 3 wheels, throw the dub when you ride. High as a kite, when you see me in the streets, let me know you survive.
Yeah, that was a personal favorite too. I remember when it didn't make the album, I was a little disappointed, but we always got the jam to it though. We had it, right? So glad you guys got to hear it. So we're gonna transition to the next track. Somewhere around this time, I started working on a project. Growing up, I was like most kids my age now. I guess we're not kids no more. But, I used to love Bruce Lee. I used to jokingly say he used to babysit me. I used to watch, probably even knockoff Bruce Lee videos. As a kid, I used to just love it. So I came up with this idea to make a whole project out of Bruce Lee samples. So I sampled records, DVDs, him speaking, just anything I could get my hands on, I sampled it. So this next track, I think the sample comes from the Enter the Dragon movie. But it features, a good friend of ours who had passed on, I believe, last year. Kenny G, rest in peace. He absolutely killed this track. So, I'm thankful I was able to get him on the track. It was fun, curating the whole thing myself as well, getting guys on the track. the tracks, the 16 tracks. So it is still available online to download if you ever want to check it out. If you haven't checked it out yet, by all means, it's there. So with that, I give you Ultimate Fighter.
His name is Bruce Lee.
Autobiography of an ass kicker, my dragon story, dragging pens across pages and making it raunchy. Break these chains, don't take it lightly. Spit that hardcore shit and these fuckers not like me. And not likely you punishing me. The only time you ran the street when them gangs were chasing you. Shit, I've never made a fool, major who, not you. Tall tales never made it for proof. Rap about to be murdered, start off Amazing Race. Game sharper the butcher knife, dragging across your face. Still searching, any type of place. Break your jaw, get it wired, to fill in that waste of space. Fuck, Quan Chain can't get your rhyme page slain. End your fucking career if I start naming names. You a rap chameleon, never stay the same. Swinging sledgehammers, dead rappers came in your fucking graves.
The ultimate fighter, yeah, I'm Bruce Lee. You wanna get to the top, you gotta go through me. I am like water, I flow smoothly, taking on all comers even if you cruise deep. The ultimate fighter, yeah, I'm Bruce Lee. You wanna get to the top, you gotta go through me. I am like water, I flow smoothly, taking on all comers even if you cruise deep. I'm a freestyle fighter with my fist taped.
Rest in peace, KG. So, while we're working with Team Rezofficial, we're transitioning out of the different shows that we were doing after the world and everything in it. And in doing the different shows, we had different opportunities to perform at different places, all across Canada. We toured in the States a little bit as well. And in doing these different shows, we get to meet a whole bunch of different MCs, a whole bunch of different artists, amazing creatives. And a couple of the creatives that we actually met out in Winnipeg were just insane. And it was after one of the shows for Team Rezofficial at the Forks. And it was an after party at Vibe nightclub, I believe, and we just finished doing a show. We're kind of just milling about, walking around the club, meeting, and hanging out with different people. And I remember John C. From Heat Bag Records. They were doing quite a bit of work in the city and making quite a bit of noise. And Feta was there. And I think Brooklyn might have been there. I'm not too sure. But I remember walking around and I was hanging out. And for the most part, every time that I would see Jay, he was talking with Feta. And Feta was just rapping. Almost the exact same thing with Big Joe. Just bars. And so about less than a year later, Jay and I started going in and really putting time in to put this beat package together of beats to give to these guys, because they were steadily recording as Heat Bag Records already in Winnipeg, but we wanted to possibly do an EP and maybe even an album after that. But once we put the beat package together, we sent it off to John C. John C. showed it to the guys, and originally Winnipeg's Most just started off as two, as John C. and Charlie Feta, and Brooklyn eventually got brought into the mix because he was such a creative force himself that it was undeniable their chemistry working together. So these first few tracks are going to be Prep for War. Prep for War was actually on the promotional album it was a promotional mixtape for Winnipeg's Most, and it was called Northside Connection. That was the mixtape title. And John C. just loved Prep for War. It was originally on Family First, I believe. Nope. Work. It was on Work. I can't remember. One of the Team Rezofficial mixtapes. We remixed it for Northside Connection for Winnipeg's Most, and Winnipeg's Most is on it.
Okay, this is Winnipeg's Most. John C. Brooklyn, Charlie Feta stomping J-Mac. We prep for war, ready to go all out. On the grind all night till the crowd is all out. We
the dope boy stacking dollars in the drought. Y'all be the haters too busy running your mouth. You talk a big game, but nobody believes you. Better have that weapon you spoke about when we see you. Transparent rappers cause your soul is so see-through. If you the champ, we the contenders that here to beat you. New Bret Hart, the Canadian hitman, came a long way from those days we would split grams. Now it's big blunts of kush puffin' under moonlight. Won't quit the hustle till my family and my goons right. We seen the top and done felt the bottom. Bad to the bone and all the Goonies is rotten. Arm to the teeth, they're ready to get it poppin'. Winnipeg's most till I'm lying in my car.
Yeah. He back records. Yeah. Peg City. Charlie Fetter. John C. Winnipeg's most.
Big Storm. Jay Mathis. I'm not a rapper, motherfucker. I'm just spitting the truth. And I'm a demolition man when I step in the booth. I'm a soldier for my music. Got my rifle and boots. I'm a full-fledged vet. Y'all recruits to loot. We roll around, prep for war. We looking for loot. With itchy fingers on the trigger. Any pressure they shoot. Saying I'm the shit played out. Well, I'll be the proof. I'm rocking sold out shows now. You're stuck in the stoop. Doing nothing, motherfucker. You ain't even on our level. Catch me jamming to some hip-hop. Holding some heavy metal. Charlie Fetter will protect my fam. I'm the type to catch a body, live my life on the lam. Off the fat of the land, never go to the stand and live life like the world's in the palm of my hands. We be Winnipeg's most hated, Winnipeg's most feared. Looking for Winnipeg's most, are we right here?
Let's get it cracking. Peg City. We Winnipeg's most. Brooklyn. Let's go!
So what you in it for? The money, the fame, the name. So what you in it for? The glitz and the glam, the chain. So what you in it for? The struggle, the pain, the game. So what you in it for? Tell me what you in it for. So what you in it for? The money, the fame, the name. So what you in it for? The glitz and the glam, the chain. So what you in it for? The struggle, the pain, the game. So what you in it for? Tell me what you in it for. What you doing in the game? Trying to get a quick chain. Big house, big name, 20 inches on the range. You say you love the struggle, but you can't deal with the pain. Hip-hop hurting better, we just trying to maintain. Don't consider it hate when I laugh and call you fake. Cause your jeans so tight, your balls probably suffocate. What happened to 3 stripes and the big baggy jeans? What happened to Dr. Dre and the big bags of green? We need detox, no more pointy shoes, we need Reeboks. Fuck those auto-tune rappers, let's bring back the beatbox. Rapping on the corner, sipping a Corona. Some is for the ladies, but this one for the soul. Soldier boys weak, how you say Nas' name? You shouldn't speak, I'll put a fucking hole in your head and watch a single lead. Don't worry, ladies and gentlemen, he beg never sell out. Came up in the game, bitch, rappers get the hell out. What you in it for? The money, the fame, the name. So what you in it for? The glitz and the glam, the chain.
Yeah, so these beats, man, Stomp made on this album are just nuts. I remember when I heard this beat, jokingly, I always tell him I hate him for some of these beats that he's made. This one, obviously, All That I Know that everybody knows and loves. You can't get much bigger than that when it comes to what we do. But this next track I'm gonna play, with all due respect to Stomp here, I didn't even know really that it was that it got done. It's a beat that I had done and submitted for the projects and never really knew there was something done. And then when we were going through these beats, he pulled this up and said, "You should probably play this one." And yeah. So yeah. Anyway, you might hear it on something later on. But anyway, hope you guys enjoy it again. And here we go.
Okay. Yeah. Let's go. Yeah. I get respect in the streets and respect in jail. It's the GENERAL. You can't tell I hit hard like a shotgun shell and spit fluid hip hop like Pac or L. Every morning I wake up, salute your girl. Party those this dance like Mr. Furl. You busy, got your girl's head spinning a twirl. I get busy with these hizzies like it's Snoopy's world. Bad tempered like Mike Dean knockout swing. Listen up, puppets and master
cats is pulling their strings. I get busy in the box like I'm BJ Penn. Bruises visible like I had on RZA's ring. I set fire to the mic like Jimi Hendrix guitar. Blood smoke, purple haze, red devil cigar. I ain't gassed off this rap shit, I ain't no star. Cause a full tank of gas will only get you.
We from the city with the pack, you better stand up.
Yeah, one of the tracks that there was quite a few tracks actually that were recorded with Winnipeg's Most, and there is stuff that, you know, of course, whenever we're recording an album, it just ends up as vaulted, and that was a vaulted track. The transition between the first and the second album for Winnipeg's Most was quick. Like there was really no transition time because the first album was such a barn burner. You know, like there was so much support in Winnipeg from their hip hop radio, which was insane, called Streets radio station. It was an FM radio station at the time in Winnipeg, and they pushed Winnipeg's Most. They pushed every independent artist in the city that was really doing hip hop at the time. They gave them a platform to be able to perform and to have their music played on the radio, you know, in regular rotation, which was amazing for such a you know, for Canadian City to have hip hop support like that. It was amazing. You know, so it was astronomical the way that Winnipeg's Most just took off. The first album to the second album, you know, was straight into recording, putting together beats and collecting, you know, different features. And for the next few songs that we're going to play, this is off of the second album, Goodfellas. And the first one is Never Know Why, produced by J-Mac. And then Forgive Me, which is produced by myself and is featured an artist actually from Strange Records named Chris Calico. And I love Chris Calico. Like his vocal style is just amazing. Just an amazing artist. So to have the opportunity to actually work and produce something that he you know, that he touched, and it was an amazing piece of work that he helped put together. And then the last track is I'm a Hustler remix done by G-Mac, and it's a feature.
The verses you'll hear are Young Kid and Lotto from CPL. It had Drezus, Z-Killa, shout out Z-Killa, John C. and Brooke. But I'll play the first couple verses after we do the Forgive Me. We're going to play Brooke's verse because Brooke's verse literally gives me chills every time I hear it. So again, Stomp killed this beat. I know Boogie did his thing with the guitars. You know, shout out to Boogs. You know, he's sick, killing it right now. So I'm going to get into that. Hope you guys enjoy it, and I'm sure you guys will recognize it.
I guess I grew up wrong. I'll be this way my whole life long. Forgive me. The streets where I call my home, and I don't know nothing but wrong. Forgive me. What we do, we don't talk about it, speak about it. But this my life. Forgive me. I'm never on my own, 'cause if the most ain't with me, I got my wrongs. Forgive me. Yeah, you for all my wrongs, all my sins, the way I used to treat my moms. I missed the birth of my son. I forgot how to love. I've screamed, I've yelled at the top of my lungs. Heaven nowhere to run, heaven nowhere to hide. I did so many years in jail, just wasting my time. And while I brought it inside, a man is what I had to find. Embrace it for face design. I'm racing against the time. I'm telling the minutes later. I've been through the stormy weather. Got John C. Brooklyn and better. Just trying to make something better. No matter, we keep our heads up. The title is Goodfellas. We breaking out the umbrellas. My little girl is in heaven. No matter what they gon' tell me, I'll be riding on the block with some memories. Circling non-stop to leave my enemies. People keep dying on these cold streets. These cold streets. Forgive me. I guess I grew up wrong. I'll be this way my whole life long. Forgive me. The streets where I call my home, and I don't know nothing but wrong. Forgive me. What we do, we don't talk about it, speak about it.
I'm not a hustler, what you call that? What you call that? What you call that? I'm not a hustler, what you call that? What you call that? What you call that? I'm not a hustler, what you call that? What you call that? If I'm not a hustler, homie, then what you call me? Holding pocket aces and money down, I'm all in. Raised in the hood, I tell them don't get me started. I hustle till the niggas see money like Sean Carter. And I see them hating, moves that I be making. Made them bite their words and city mine for the taking. Rezofficial mix with CTL, we get paid for. So if you ain't talking about that, I see it like that.
I made a living with that Pyrex and soda. Just a little soldier, always ducking from the rollers. They couldn't build a cage big enough that can hold us. So I'ma go to bluff, I swear to God, they never fold us. Talking about the street life, homie, I'm the pinnacle. Say they ran the school, dog, I'm the fucking principal. Live inside my hustler, you a baller on a budget. 100 fucking grand, I'm running through it like it's nothing.
Insane record, insane beat. Nice beat, Jay. So after Winnipeg's Most, for the most part, we're still doing shows like nationwide, all across Canada. And Jay and myself are still working with different people that we've been working with, all along, Drezus. And I actually branched out similar to what Jay did with the Bruce Lee project. And I did my first and only solo album, which was just a production album, working with Isque, Mob Canoe, Don Amaro, Hellenbach, Drezus, Tom Slav. And there's a couple tracks that, this one is actually one of the ones that Drezus got on. And it was released around 2013, around then. The two tracks that I'm going to play is actually after Winnipeg's Most. John C. and Feta continued working as Winnipeg Boys, and then Brooklyn went on to do Young YSMG, I believe, as his own collective, as his own label. And so Winnipeg Boys was a group that I produced a couple songs, maybe three or four songs off of their first and second album. And what I'm going to play is, Jay's going to play is called Better Days. And it's actually originally featuring Evil Ebenezer, which is pretty cool, but it just never made the final cut, similar to a lot of the other records that we're playing. So the first one is featuring my boy Thomas Slav. It's called Soda and Fly. And then the second one is Winnipeg Boys with Better Days.
Listen, you know it's over, right? You know what the difference is? A, I'm fly. And B, you afraid of heights. Stop, yes, I'm a boss. Come get money or just get lost. I'm about it all, I ain't taking no loss. Girls like paper, they just get tossed. Up in the air, all over the club. No love, don't stop, cause there ain't enough. When I ride, no lie, got the piggy bank stuff. I'm so fly, if you wanna see me, look up. I'm falling, who's gonna catch me? They love me, cause I'm so raspy. A gangster that keeps it classy. Ain't nobody moving past me, I'm too fast. Engine push to the max. Everything bad gets left in the past. Focus on cash, you do the math, get money or just fall back. Hey, I wanna fly you away and just make that call. I paint the stars in the sky, so yeah, this night is stars. And she's so fine, oh, I'm hypnotized. Off of an angel on wings, but she's so damn fly. Yeah, she's so damn fine. I see her in the sky, but she's so damn fly. And you know I want it all, yeah, the cash in the cars and the cars.
Yeah. You know we're gonna make it someday. Rain on someday soon. I just wanna find it one day. That's what I'm gonna do. You know we're gonna make it someday. Rain on someday soon. I just wanna find it one day. That's what I'm gonna do.
It's a new year, they say it's gonna end. So this a letter to my girl, my family, and my friends. I fucked up heavy, I'm just trying to make amends. I can flip around the corner whenever my life ends. One thing I do right is right with this pen. So I had to use the gift to get right in the end. It was life or death, I made the choice, I had to get the session. I'm sorry to each and all of y'all, a victim of depression. Student who slacked off and never learned his lesson. That young, dumb punk, holding coke and a weapon. Ugly on the inside, so I'm scared of self-reflection. I'm that selfish prick, always the center of attention. Crazy ego fiend in need of an intervention. Made some poor choices and I owe more than I mentioned. Believe me, I didn't creep you, the one that I want to keep. Now don't take this the wrong way, I love you, I gotta speak.
You know we're gonna make it someday. Wait on someday soon. I just wanna find it one day.
Yeah, sick track. I know when Stomp made that album, another time where I gave him that I Hate You vibe, but just on some love, just, you know, the way he puts stuff together. And thing though with Stomp, you know, I gotta say is when he's working, like he goes in hard work mode, and I would hear many mixes of each song, and each time would just get better and better. So like, I know how Stomp works. I know he's a quote unquote perfectionist. So what you hear is a lot of time, a lot of effort that, you know, I've seen him put in, and I know he's put in. You know, to this day, you know, I still trust him to mix my beats. You know, a lot of times he mixes my beats because, you know, his ears, he's got some special ears, man. I don't know what he does with them, but. So we got 2 more tracks here. It's been great, you know, doing this with you guys in the old house here where it all started for us, man. It's pretty surreal being back in here and in this very room. You know, I got old video clips of us just sitting around clowning each other. You know, Tommy Slab coming in, eating his big box of chicken wings. You know, my brother, someone sitting over here while we just create, beat playing, boys writing, and just, you know, enjoying it and just having fun with it. And that's the true essence of hip hop to me, is that just, you know, taking everything in, enjoying it. And when you listen to the music, and, you know, it was a pretty quick timeline, you know, we could have stretched it out and threw in, you know, a little more well-known songs, but we thought we would highlight some stuff that, you know, some didn't even see the light of day. Some were more like quote-unquote B-sides, but, you know, we wanted to showcase other music that we had tucked away. So even this version, like, of this song playing in the background, I didn't even know Evil was on that track. All I heard was the one that was on the video. So, you know, pretty dope. So we're going to finish off with, you know, Drezus did the Indian Summer. I know it ended up being huge for him. Spawned Warpath, produced by our bro Tool Man, Tribe Called Red. And, you know, it got him on the movie Yellowstone. It's got him, you know, performing all over the place, all across Turtle Island. And, you know, I've been lucky enough to perform with him. So the next track I'm going to play, I actually, I made quite some time ago, but with this track, when we work with the youth, I break this track all the way down, build it all the way back up, and show the youth how I came about to make the track, and then how Drezus did his thing. And he's always in the room to be able to showcase how he went about his writing process. So this track always means a lot to me. So, and after that, we're going to get into To Get Up, Stomp, another beat that he absolutely killed. And I know the video for that, you can watch it on YouTube, was shot at Standing Rock. So, you know, big up to Drezus for all the work he does in that area as well. So, again, thanks for rocking with us. Appreciate every single one of you. Manic for putting this on. It just shows you how vibrant the native hip hop community is and how much talent we got. It spawns all over the place. So, you know, look forward to the next one. And again, I appreciate you. Everybody stay safe. Love each other. Love yourself. And I hope you enjoy these last 2 songs.
The grand scheme of lately, I don't do a lot of sleeping. Too busy daydreaming about my number 1 leaving. But it's probably for the better. Tried so many times trying to hold you down when my life was full of heavy crime. Thought that you would be my Bonnie and I could be your Clyde, but I can't force nobody to be about the lie. So I'ma move on and slip some new shoes on. Maybe throw a suit on and get my GQ on. The birdies love me like summertime. I get it in all the time. There's nothing on my mind, cause I'm you never hold me back. You should've known by now. We celebrating life. It's going down tonight. You never hold me back, you should have known by now.
Be free.
Yeah, I think my mama made a magic. I think she put a little bit of spinach in my bannock while I'm beasting every single season. We're about to wake up in my natives are the reason. Get up, I wanna see you get up. I wanna see you show the world how you never give up. Cause me, I never give up. I'm going gorilla. I'm stomping through your city. Used to call me Drozilla. For me, I keep it native. You give me that or break it. And all the moves I'm making got a hater frustrated. Go ahead, buddy, hate me. You're gonna do it anyway. Girl, hating Nate, still I hit her with the hey. Clean with the fade away. I could go like later, babe. Thought my name was Jesus, told her don't forget to pray today. I'm in it for the base. The knowledge you can't learn from college. I'm a street-wise scholar who solemnly made a promise to my people and myself. I'm pushing it through performance. I'm a beast and I'm breaking through barriers and opponents say, I got them looking at me funny. Everywhere I go, I got them looking at me funny. Maybe cause I'm Nate, got them looking at me funny. But even on the
Damn. That was emotional for me. Ain't even gonna lie. That was emotional. Man, put your flames up if you're feeling that, man. Rezofficial. Big Stomp, J-Mac. Shout out to Helen Back. Shout out to Big Slim. Shout out to Lakeside Key. Yeah, man, that was incredible. Oh snap. It was so crazy hearing those songs go one by one because it was like going back in my life with these guys and going back through all those different situations and experiences. Damn. Thank you for that, you guys, man. Thank you to Stomp. Thank you to J-Mac for bringing us on that journey. Thank you to Manic for making this possible. Some of those tracks I was like, because I remembered exactly where I was, man. And some of the times I wasn't in the greatest place, but damn, music is a trip like that, right? But yo, we got something special for you, man. We got something special for you. We got a homeboy who decided to just drop in on us live all the way from the West Coast. Man, I need everybody to make some noise and get ready for my boy Savell, the native. If you ready, let's go, man.
Was raised by the G's and follow what they teach. The boys ain't earned none ounce of my respect. So when they come in shots, I ain't holding my breath. Man, it's time to line it up.
Hold up, man. I think he's getting ready. You getting ready? You ready?
Old car for we pull up, put the windows down and let the clubs run.
Let's wild out.
Man, it sound like AY go. We were in the Oregon rain or the Utah snow. Hey, hello, I'm Sam G, but you look like the Pop B. Hold on.
Yo, yeah, we definitely got him. We got him all the way live. I thought he was already performing, but yo, man, you were on point already, man. So it's no trip. You ready to go? You ready to go? All right. That's the beauty of live shit, man. That's the beauty of it, man. It's all gravy, baby. Let's go. 1, 2, 3. You ready?
Am I up?
Yeah. Did I just pull up on you or what?
I was rehearsing, my brother.
Yo, I thought you were going ham. I was like, damn, is this guy performing already? I was like, okay, all right. I thought you were already.
Bro, we was over here rehearsing.
I thought you could hear what was going on, bro.
No, I got it on the little phone. I can't hear it.
Oh, it's all good, bro. Yo, you were on point anyways. You were going ham. You weren't slacking. You weren't lacking one bit. So, yo, how you doing? This is Savell, the native, everybody. Yo, let them know where you're from.
I'm from Eugene, Oregon.
Oh snap! So yo, are you
Northwest, big Northwest?
I need to ask you, are you all right from the fires now, or what how's that going?
Yes, the fires
you know, they let up after about a week.
Okay.
You know, but it was scary, you know, because it was a mile and a half from my house, you know, so it was a little bit closer to home for me than the rest of my city, because I'm on the outskirts, like I'm on that line.
Okay. Well, snap. Well, we glad you safe, man. Yo,
Yeah.
are you ready to go?
Yeah, I'm ready. So I mean, so you guys caught a little something. I mean, does it sound good?
Yeah, it sounds
Chat,
dope.
can you guys answer that? Was it sound all right? Because that's what we're trying to figure out.
I think it sounded dope.
Sounded good?
Yep, it did. So as long as I get my ass off of this feed and put you on there, you'll be straight. You ready to go?
I'm ready to go.
Yes, sir. Let's go. South LA Native.
Let's run it. Hey, so first of all, I want to thank the whole Native community. I recently got into hip hop 3 years ago, and I got so welcome to my community once I got exposed to it and started putting my music out to it and reaching out to other Native brothers. So I want to shout out the whole Native hip hop community and this whole Native hip hop fest that's going on, put on by my guy Derek Manic Edenshaw. You know, so shout out to me, bro. So I guess we're just gonna get right into it.
You ready?
My guy Stacks in the house.
What's happening?
Say what's up.
What's happening?
All right, so we're just gonna get right into it. This is an intro off of my new mixtape coming up.
Ready?
Yeah. Woke up in the morning, I was stressed out. The baby cool me down with the best mouth. Hard ride, always bring the best out. Every time I pull up now, I pull up with my chest out. All respect dirt, she run checks now. Pull up blonde, every smell of damn clouds. Fit a bird, better watch for the wipe down. Better get your rip for that rip, get a pipe down. Bite down, little bitch. Pass it to the TV, gon' double that grip. Living on my dream, shit, whole team looking sick. While she tugging on my jeans, and I'm checking on this shit. Going on the stick, cup full of sapphire. Club lit up like a hand gets a flashlight. Dreaming for tomorrow like I won't forget last night. Going for any centers, blunt louder than a glass pipe. Hey, tell me, can you see the smoke? No, you smell me coming when the savvy get involved. I don't do emotional affairs in a heart. Better keep this shit from me, meditate for the start. Cause me, I'm about to go full life. You choose me with no fee, it is not okay. I'm savvy breathe on the track, let's slap all day. So run it back, cause the black natives might that better. It's a pool full of haters and haters beside my shop. In the room with all faces and blazers from the shark. Separated by the way that I made it about the dark. It's a shame the way the stuff that you hated is so hard. Hey. I wish I could hear y'all. So that's an intro off to my new stuff right now. We got the new tape coming out. It's called Last One Standing. I got 2 mixtapes before it. It's called Shots Fired, Man Down, and this will be the 3rd installment. It's called Last One Standing. So that was an intro off of that. I hope you guys let us bars. I was very blessed to get the beat like that and to be able to spit it that way. So I hope you guys enjoy it.
It's my turn.
It's my turn. So we about to smack it on the head though.
Coming.
So wherever you at, whatever little house you in a room, whatever, man, turn this up. You got it on the Bluetooth, put it on your sound bar.
Stand baby. Cause it's my turn. Turn that shit all the way up. Put some whiskey in my cup and fill the blunt. Cause it's my turn. Whole car phone, we pull up. Put the windows down and let the club slum. Cause it's my turn. Man, I sound like AY Go. We were in Oregon rain or the Utah snow. My turn. Hey, hello, I'm Sap G, but your local rappers call me Pop B. Cause it's my turn. Now I go hard. Sap is in the booth and I bring in these bars. Sending them shots, no Kendrick Lamar. Man, think you walked the mile, but the mile too far. Cause it's my turn. So I'm going all in. Cause if you're scared to lose, you will never get a win. I ain't never been a pussy, I ain't begging out for shit. Hey, got a problem, gotta deal with the kid. Cause it's my turn. So tell them it's a rap. Coming for the crown and I ain't giving it back. Hold it down for my town, put my city on the map. Eugene, stand up, and this here snaps. When you natives gon' learn, never talking to police. So if you feel the need to beat, then holler at me. We can do this little buddy, hold the court in the streets. Raised by the peace, and all of what they teach. The boys ain't earned not an ounce of my respect. So when it comes to shots, I ain't holding my breath. Let's try to line it up, someone put me in check. Cause if you natives don't, then I'm coming for your neck. Cause it's my turn.
Turn that shit all the way up. Put some whiskey in my cup and fill the blunt. Cause it's my turn. Whole car full, we pull up, put the windows down and let the 12 slum. It's my turn. Man, I shine like AY go. Either in Oregon rain or the Utah snow. My turn. Hey, LOY, I'm Sab G, but you local rapper strong and pop B. Cause it's my turn. That is It's My Turn off the last mixtape that I did called Man Down. You can stream that anywhere. YouTube, Spotify, Apple, Deezer, Google Play, like anywhere. You can even pirate it. If you want to steal my music, steal it. Just steal it.
Just turn that shit all the way up.
So that was It's My Turn. Major slap.
Yiki's Up.
We got Yiki's Up. This is our first debut video. We came out with Yiki's Up. Put it on Thizzler. It's doing great, catching good numbers. We like 15, 14K. Something like that. Little baby numbers, you know what I'm saying? But it's big to me. So this was my first debut. We came out single, swinging with the video and stuff. You can find this video on YouTube. Just look up Savell the Native, the with an A, Yiki's Up.
This is J.
Savell, baby. I hope it sounds good, Joe. Hey, pussy Yiki's up. You ain't about what I'm about. Drop the window, man, I ate his ass out. Pussy Yiki's up. Bruh socked him in his mouth on the corner, man, in front of his mom's house. Pussy Yiki's up. If you don't want that beef, I have him up, no sleep for a week. Pussy Yiki's up. The whole team wanna eat it, ain't sweet when the dog's off the leash. Pussy Yiki's up. Online for the benefits. On the grind over time, can't be settling. I'm on the move to stay relevant, heading to the top while settling. So keep pedaling until that bitch I blow her back out. And a fuckboy tools, he act out. I'm from the section, you get packed out. Burner in the stash, keep hands like Pacquiao. I don't stand in, baby, I stand out. Understand that you fucking with the mans now. Came through when I'm fucking off the plans now. New wave, keep them all ways round, yeah. So understand this kid that gets hot in the mix and gets playing with sticks. They don't always use fists, so I'm hoping you quit. Better duck for your buck, cause they burn when you hit. Pussy Yiki's up. You ain't bout what I'm bout. Drop the window, man, I ate his ass out. Pussy Yiki's up. Bruh socked him in his mouth on the corner, man, in front of his mom's house. Pussy Yiki's up. Cause you don't want that beef, I have him up, no sleep for a week. Pussy Yiki's up. The whole team wanna eat it, ain't sweet when the dog's off the leash. Pussy Yiki's up. Bow, bang, boom. That is Yiki's Up. You guys can stream that as well. Just look up my name. You can stream a lot of these songs that you're going to hear tonight on any platform. You can look me up anywhere. Subscribe, leave a comment. Tell me you met me at the Native Hip Hop Fest. See me on the show. Let me know that we engaged here if you subscribe to the YouTube or comment on the SoundCloud or whatever.
Shooters.
We go ahead, shooters? Yeah. All right, this is another one off of the new one we got coming up. So we're going to give you a taste of this as well. It's called Shooters. We just shot a video to this recently. We're going to put this one out in the production here soon. Yeah. I really hope it sounds good, Joe. Sound, baby. Hey. Bitch, I'm with the shooters. We the backers and movers. No slackers, just boosters. My young life will do ya. For the hazard of Buddha. Can't find this on Google. Bitch, I'm with the shooters. We the packers and movers. No slackers, just boosters. My young life will do ya. For the hazard of Buddha. Can't find this on Google. Bitch, I'm with the cash me in the whip, 3 deep, get the chips up. Bitch, I want the loaf, watch you come with the biscuit. Cleaner than soap, whipped up like biscuit. Savvy been wildin', I ain't never on no bitch shit. Talk slick, get your whole clip, kick quick. Gang in this tank, don't pose like biscuits. Done with the one, see the beam get dismissed. Up with the sun, out here you get the chips up. Baby on the run, please don't ever get it mixed up. New Capitan and a sprinkle with some pimped. Back on her back, getting stacks out the pick up. And drop the bitch off until she finished. Now little baby getting backed out. In the name of the game, you go back out. We the same, I'm the same, hear me stacks now. I'm with the mover and the shooters, go bitch, I'm with the shooters. We the packers and movers. No slackers, just boosters. My young life will do ya. For the hazard of Buddha. Can't find this on Google. Bitch, I'm with the shooters. We the packers and movers. No slackers, just boosters. My young life will do ya. for the hazard of Buddha. Can't find this on Google. Bitch, I'm with the drive slow. Bottles pop, beam, got my eyes low. I'm on your top 50 funk in my zone. Currently, I'm getting shot. Please don't fuck off my dome. That's Shooters. That's my slap. I love that song. It's one of my favorites. One of my favorites. What we got next, Taxel? Hold on. Let me show you my guy. You know you're gonna see Stacks in everything that I do. This my brother, man. He been here from the start.
Here on the controls. We'll show you where we at. Real quick. We're in the studio. I'm behind the boards. Oh, my guy rapping. Let's go. So, Savvy Down.
Savvy Down. This video is going viral. You can just go ahead and go to my Facebook. You can look up Savvy the Native, Savvy Down on Facebook, and it'll pop right up.
Over 200,000 views on this video.
Over 200,000 views. Just a little bit more views on there. It is Facebook. But it's good. Just trying to stack, Hill. Hey, shout out my guy Richie Quavo, man. Stand up, baby. 503, stand up. Hey. I'm just trying to live, mama, why they wanna take me out? I'm just minding my biz, I'm on this paper route. I catch a fade, but the suckers wanna body down. It's nothing, we can run it up. Body full, body count. I'll be down, sit up, when the dang sang. I'm on my solo little native, fucking gang. It gets real, and I left it as a drill. And now I'm looking for you in the field. It's all my life. I'm just trying to live, but the reaper keep calling. Voice in my head, screaming, native keep calling. Got my eyes wide open, I can see them something's coming. Got a lie down my plate, baby, I gotta go all in. Never stay away, give him play to have me stolen. He was real hard till his mama heard he falling. Till his mama heard he falling. In the middle of the night, I'm on my knees, hear me calling. Out here on my own, just trying to make a way. Suckers coming for me, feel the fade away. This is the type of shit I did with day to day. If you're coming for me, baby, gotta pay to play. I'm just trying to live, mama, why they wanna take me out? I'm just minding my biz, I'm on this paper route. Catch a fade, but these suckers wanna body down. It's nothing, we can run it up. Body full, body count. I'll be down, sit it up, what a thing say. I'm on my solo little nigga, fucking gang. It gets real, and I left it as a drill. And now I'm looking for you in the field. It's all my life. And that's all my life. Slap. We went all the way up to where did we go? Tucson. Or we went somewhere in Arizona. Shout out Louis Cohen. You know what I'm saying? I think it's he's at Tempe and Phoenix. Shot the video for it. It was a banger. We got anything else? We're gonna wrap it up.
What else you want to do? I got whatever you want.
I know you got whatever I want.
We could do this one. Do this one.
I hope I remember it. All right. See if you remember this last one.
I thought you had a spot. Look, you really rap.
I see you sending cash. The hashtag no cap. What's that? That's whack. Scared of speaking fast. Let the cat about the bag and now the niggas all mad. I'm going sad. Yeah, we know that you can hashtag that. Now I'm going sad. And the smoke going back. I got the smoke going. We're the real ladder, but the faking it for. They letting anybody in and it's taking it slow. The game is broken from within. It's time I shake it up for 'em. So I'm giving out free doses of this premium more. Northwestern is outside, I swear I'm holding the torch. Bishop said that they gon' hate when I step in for them. That's exactly what they did, who I ain't mad for. Check yourself, little homie, cause this ain't what you want. I went from PK to KC to LA to back home, and all of them cities was rocking with my tracks on, cause that's strong. You said I'm way out of my league and hate to love it up his grind, and I touch another seed. I see you sending cabs. Hashtag no cap, what's that? That's whack. Scared of speaking facts. And let the cat bust the bag and that niggas all mad. Now I'm going sad. You can hashtag that, you can hashtag that. Now I'm going sad. And the smoke going back, now the smoke going back. Ooh, I remembered it. I want to shout out Derek, Manic, Eden Shaw,
That's his name on Facebook. I want to give a big shout out to him for putting this platform out for all of us Native artists. This weekend has been amazing. I've been tapped in. I've been seeing so many different types of ways to try to figure out how we can bring music to y'all, and not only just bring music to y'all, but bring it to you in this Native community. So I just want to be a big shout out to him, Easy Extracts. Big shout out to them, and a big shout out to the big bro Drezus hosting this tonight. Can you tap back in with me, Dreez? Shannon.
Yes, sir. Yes, sir. That was L. Hey, come on. If you're feeling that, throw up some flames in the comment section. This guy is on some next level shit, bro. Yo, big ups on the Tommy Dot shirt, by the way. I see that.
Oh yes, big shout out Joey Styles, my brother. The Nietzsche. I'm new on the Nietzsche word. You know, we said Chele on my side, but he shot the Tommy Dot shirt, bro, and he shot the sweatshirt right here. You know what I'm saying? I got the hat and stuff. You know, I can't show you. Trying to figure this out.
Yeah, I got you, man. Yo, I appreciate you, man. That was look, you man, come on, look it. We got the comments. I'm gonna throw some comments up. Slaps all day. You already know. Yo, I appreciate you coming through. That was Savell the Native. Put up your links if you got them, my bro. Shout out the homie who's on the boards. Much love, my G's. Have a good night tonight, all right?
All right, man. Big love. Appreciate you, man.
Appreciate you. Yes. Yo. Okay, man. We keeping it moving. Holy. Just real long broadcast. Holy. That was Savell the Native, man. That guy's sick. Sheesh. Slappers galore. Yeah. I'm with it, man. I'm with it all the way. Okay, let's keep it moving. Let me see what we got here. Oh, snap. Up next, we got Dakota Bear, man. Dakota Bear coming live from Vancouver, BC, by way of Saskatoon, Saskatchewan. Man, what can I say? This guy is definitely grown right in front of a lot of people's eyes into a very important activist in the community. A very young activist who's really setting a dope example. Man, what can I say? This is Dakota Bear, yo. Check it out. Okay, let's get it.
Yo, what up, everybody? Welcome to the Native Hip Hop Festival. My name is Dakota Bear. My spirit name is Blue Thunder. I'm Nihil from unceded, unsurrendered Treaty 6 territory, and I'm now situated on the unceded and unsurrendered lands of the Musqueam, Squamish, and Swallowtooth people. I just want to give a big shout out to Manic and all of the artists on the roster, everybody behind the scenes putting this event together, and everybody tuning in from home. I think it's super important as a young Indigenous person that I use my platforms of music, of clothing, and activism to spread that message of decolonization and indigenizing, to uplift the Indigenous youth, to let them know that they are worthy and they are deserving of love and following their dreams. And so I do everything in my power to make sure that I can spread that message through the clothing and through the music in these different mediums that I have. And so within the music, you can hear my stories, not only myself, but the stories that relate to a lot of other young Indigenous people. I also use my music to raise awareness on social issues that Indigenous people are facing now and in the past, because colonization is an ongoing thing. The Indigenous genocide is an ongoing thing. Indigenous people are waking up all around Turtle Island. We are demanding justice. We're doing it in many different forms on many different platforms. So welcome to my set, Dakota Bear. I'm about to share some music with you again. Thank you. Hi, Naneskamoten. This track is called Lullaby. It's off my latest EP, The Storm Is Coming. Shout out to Fremo Skills for making this music video. Check it out on YouTube. Listen. I was so young when you ran away. Hopped on a bus and I think you went that away. I spent my childhood believing that I was the reason for my mama drinking and treating these days like they Saturdays. I swear I had Saturdays, how did they think that I'm doing it? I got the key and I try to get through it. How did I do it? They doubted me, but if you wanted the greatest, and that'd be proud to be. I follow follow when I never had when they're teaching me how to be. Giving my all and I feel like it's taking a life from right out of me. I need you to see all the work that I put in. I'm close to the edge and I'm losing my footing. I'm losing my head and I know that I shouldn't. I gotta be strong. Promise my uncle we bout to be on. Getting the money, your problems is solved. Building a business, you all are involved. Watch me evolve. Pick myself up when they want me to fall. Don't want a piece, man. I'm wanting it all and I'm coming for it. I tell you the truth, it's like it's exhausting. Wanna be rich, yeah, what is it costing? Wanna be homies, but what if it costs me? Mama is lost in the sauce and I'm flossing. Mama is lost. Mama is lost and I'm feeling exhausted. Wanna be rich, yeah, what is it costing? I tell you the truth. They look at me, they think I'm a criminal. I put the work in while they do it minimal. I speak the truth in my interviews. This for the people that been abused. This for my teachers that told me I'd never be nothing. The cops have been cuffing me up for no reason. Sometimes I'm losing my faith and get hard to believe in. A part of me even feel like a part of me leaving. I wear in my heart on my sleeping. What more do you want? Keep pushing me and I'll give you the one that you want. My demons come out to play. After this angels that watch over me. They want me out of the game. Lost everything, but I still got a lot I could gain. Imagine if I never hopped on that plane. Imagine if I would've listened to every diss they've been throwing my way. They said I'd never get paid. They said my plan was delayed. Put it to rest. Put it to rest. Giving my lullaby, yes. I give my best, but still I will look in the mirror and I'm never impressed. Forever obsessed. I tell you the truth, it's like it's exhausting. Wanna be rich, yeah, what is it costing? Wanna be homies, but what if it costs me? Mama is lost in the sauce and I'm flossing. Mama is lost. Mama is lost and I'm feeling exhausted. Wanna be rich, yeah, what is it costing? I tell you the truth, it's like it's exhausting. This next one's called Paper Crown. Listen. I was so young when I flew to the city. I got these songs that I put on the CDs. I put myself out there, I feel you don't see me. I got these fighters, you don't wanna be me. I swear you do not wanna be. I get my y'all and they want it for free. Haters, they want me to freeze. I wanna fall to my knees. The higher you climb, then the stronger the breeze. I got it out of the feet. You'll feel the heat at 100 degrees. You hear the thunder, it's raining, I'm coming. I'm liking the person that I can be coming. I dare you try to take this from me. I let it breathe. They don't believe in me, I let them be. I let them be in the fight of my demons. I know they've been creeping on me. I'm hearing secrets, my mind has been keeping from me. Foster as deep as the sea, and I'm waking up so the people will see. The world is so dark and that they make me crazy. Lost in the haze from the week that I'm blazing. I dedicate this last verse to my late uncle who passed away in 2016. And all of those who we lost to injustices. Listen. They spend the night so well, I spend my days in. I give them page after page in a book that I'll make is amazing. Came from the bottom, I'm rocking the stages. Look at the cops, I'm like, why do you hate us? I pray to God, I ask, why don't you save us? Life can be hard, but it's harder when native. I'm making a difference, don't wanna be famous. Flirting with me can be dangerous. God got my back and I came with an angel. Used to be homies and now we just strangers. I make the division, I make the bangers. Hang with the wisest so you cannot blame us. Put myself up and my life has been changing. Taking a break while I do on occasions. They needed me and they ran out of patience. I felt the press wasn't talking to no one. My mom, she would call me, yes, how is it going? I think before I'm replying, I'm lying. I pick myself up and I keep applying. All of my efforts, I promise my uncle, they don't let me in it. This building will crumble, I swear. The words that I'm speaking are true. I do this for me and I do this for you. And I feel like the bed and they cage in the zoo, but I'm breaking down. You open that door, I'll break it down. Came for the king and I'm picking a paper crown. We catching up and I'll make the arrangements. Last time we talked is the reason for cadence. Up in my voice and you kill when I say this. You haven't been gone for a year, gone for a year. Missing you daily, it's feeling like ages. You bring me up when I swear that life is contagious. I'm missing your feeling, it's feeling like cages. You bring me up when I'm down and I swear that life is contagious. You bring me up when I'm down and I swear that life is contagious. I'm missing you daily, it's feeling like cages.
I'm doing this work as we can't just pray anymore.
Shout out Autumn Pelche, Young
We
Water
must do
Protector.
something and we need to do it now.
This song is titled Freedom.
I need to get right into this message so you feel where I'm coming from.
The people are standing together, there's power in numbers. We will not follow you want us, we learning the laws you throwing upon us. You throw us in water, we know there's piranhas. The people they needing a leader, just know that I'm on it. I'm honest in everything that I do. Every word that I write is true. The people that get it, they know that the picture is bigger. So put up a seat and you're listening, you putting your fist in the air. You know the resistance is here. You hear us off in the distance. We are the kids that you dismissed. We are the targets you just missed. We are descendants of killers and chiefs. Just know that our struggles are brief. Just know that we one in the same. I'm from the praise, the pains. I go my hair out until I come training again. I'm no longer ashamed. I promise the people our hardships will not go in vain. You hear my voice in the melody, carry the pain. I do not do this for money, you free. I just wanna be me. I just wanna feel free. Is that too much you we ask? Look at the future, but learn from the past. I know that sometimes we clash. And it's just life. Chances ain't handed out twice. A man of my word and a man of advice. I just wanna feel free. We just wanna live our lives. We don't wanna have to worry. Tell me, can you help me? It don't seem like you've been in a hurry. You play your judge and jury. I feel I'm under siege. Hit the matches, burn the sage. Chapters over, turn the page. Author of my destiny, but they telling me differently. We just wanna live our lives. We don't wanna have to worry. Tell me, can you help me? It don't seem like you've been in a hurry. I just wanna be me. I just wanna feel free. That's what we've been doing the most. I pack my suitcase and move to the coast. I promise the next time I come to the city, I'm bringing hope. I'm bringing you, and it's bigger than music. Together we started a movement. Together we stand, we shaking the earth as we moving. As soon as you look for the answer, you see the solution. Our minds are as clear as the water as soon as you see the pollution. We want the freedom and not the illusion. We are the warriors. The ones that you read in the stories. We are notorious. I just wanna be me. I just wanna feel free. We just wanna live our lives. We don't wanna have to worry. Tell me, can you help me? It don't seem like you've been in a hurry. You playing judge and jury. I feel I'm under siege. Hit the matches, burn the sage. Chapters over, turn the page. Author of my destiny, but they telling me differently. We just wanna live our lives. We don't wanna have to worry. Tell me, can you help me? It don't seem like you've been in a hurry. I just wanna be me. I just wanna feel free. I feel like we need to wake up. Politicians get their cake up. I feel like we need to wake up. Politicians get their cake up. I feel like we need to wake up. Our mission is getting faded. Pedal to the floor, I got been trying to work it dated. The only thing is politics, it gets so complicated. I'll break it down, they wanna take the land and confiscate it. I'm saying no, so I gather the people. If any foundation will fall, if it's weak enough, I do not sleep enough. I got too much on my mind, spreading my wings and I'll fly. I'm covering every project that's set aside. Product of genocide, you never been inside. You only read in your books. I walk in the store and I'm getting the looks. You wanna see me in chains instead of the top of a plane. I go my hair out and I never jump in again. I put the work in and you see the cause and effect. I burn the bridges and I have nobody crossing me dead. People make money on me if they piss in a pet. I don't forgive and I don't forget. You coming at me, you have to reach higher than that. I got my eye on the net. I go for the day up. We on the way up. Tell me if somebody's flyer than that. Tell me if somebody's flyer than that. I feel like we need to wake up. Politicians get their cake up. I feel like we need to wake up. Politicians get their cake up. I feel like we need to wake up. Our mission is getting faded. Pedal to the floor, I got to try to whip it dated. The only thing is politics, it gets so complicated. I'll break it down. to take the land and confiscate it. I'll admit that they've been selling, oh, time to take a stand, I'm done with chilling, oh, we need leaders that can understand the treaties, can you see it, how they treat us, don't trust us because they beat us, feel the energy between us, I've been going way too long, 9 years in the game and I've been going strong, get my pain in every song, man I gotta let it out, do not hold it in, do you see me going in, keep that real, I don't pretend, I don't care if I offend, you don't like it, build a fence, I grew up and I've been doing my thing since. They want it, well I'm just not convinced. They want it, well I'm just not convinced. Sing this shit with me. I feel like we need to wake up. Politicians get their cake up one more time. I feel like we need to wake up. Politicians get their cake up. I feel like we need to wake up. Our mission is getting faded. Pedal to the floor. I got to drive the whip is plated. The only thing is politics. It gets so complicated. I'll break it down. They wanna take the land and confiscate it. That track is called Wake Up from my latest album dropping soon, Healing. You don't know who you been messing with. I've been learning everything I do legit. Even in my darkest times I never quit. Even when I trip I got a level head. I went to the darkest corner, came back with the devil's head. Think they trying to take my rights away. You don't say, we've been out here fighting snakes in the state. This guy here, it don't expire. You've been tripping, getting high. If you think that you could take this all away, to the state, they've been tripping to this. Who are you? Don't tell me, I don't wanna know. They been doing talking, but no working, yet they wanna blow. Yo, Geronimo, my dad's history, you're on your own. Yes, I get your rapping, yeah, they wanna show. Never took no shortcuts, yeah, I always took the longest road. They ask me where I'm from, take a look at my tattoo. From the dirt, I done grown, I did what I had to do. You don't know half of the battles I went through. I see haters, I don't want and slide them through. I walk what I'm gotta do, keep that fire inside of you. Silent moves is all that we've been making, guess what has been taken. I've been working for a decade, oh how I've been patient. The bears are coming out of hibernation. You don't know who you've been messing with. I'm the man in everything I do legit. Even in my darkest times I never quit. Even when I trip I got a level head. I went to the darkest corner, came back with the devil's head. They been trying to take my race away. You don't say, we've been up here fighting snakes to this day. This guy here, it don't expire. You've been tripping, getting high. If you think that you can take this all away, to this day, they been tripping to this. Let me take you back, so far back, 1857, they made an act. Then another one to take your kids and break a family, feel the famine. Tell me when you taste the medicine. I've been doing this for so long. Oh Lord, that ceremony, so I guess we outlaws rolling with them. Top down, and I swear we only growing bigger. I wasn't born a quitter. You come to my territory, you wouldn't last a win. Had to fight the odds, play the cards that were stacked against me. Half the system, now you can't convince me that my card expired. Don't know why, but I made it through the fire to this day. Yeah, I know they tripping. I give you real into my verses, cause I know you listen. You don't know who you been messing with. I'm no man in everything I do legit. Even in my darkest times, I never quit. Even when I trip, I got a level head. I went to the darkest corner, came back with the devil's head. They been trying to take my race away. You don't say, we've been up here fighting snakes to this day. This guy here, it don't expire. You been tripping, getting high. If you think that you could take this all away, to this day, they been tripping to this day. That track was called Expire. Music video out now. Shout out to Matt Leaf. Check it out on YouTube.
According to Stats Canada, Aboriginal people make up 5% of our total population, but 23% of the homicide victims.
Let me take you for a trip down a memory lane. Rest in peace, my bro Murray, he was slain. Hope it never go in vain. How much brothers did we lose? They don't end up on the news. What's a native gotta do? Trying to make it out the struggle.
jungle, but the city is so cold. You was 22 years old, trying to get the story told. And we do not trust police. They kill Jordan, rest in peace. Another mama who can't sleep, but we pray for better days while the killers get away. So we stand together, rest in peace. Still Brandon, rest in peace to Tina, Colton, and Serena. I could be the next person that you find who ain't breathing. The media will paint me as a heathen. All we want is freedom. You walk outside, we ain't safe, we can't be replaced. The women getting stolen and the cops will close the case. My heart is cold, it's hard to laugh again. Not this path again, it's a pathogen. Human trafficking, we live in the middle. The police, they doing little. I call them and they hang up. When will we be waking up? Have some sympathy. When will we be intervened? She just took her life and she was barely 17. They wouldn't stop to listen. She spent her life in the system. At night I'm having visions. I'm young and I'm on a mission. I'm hungry with the ambition. That ain't the only thing we carry. Rest in peace to Barely. While your friends are getting married, my friends getting buried. You see a city that's shining, yet all I see is pain. It's hard to see the sunny things when all you feel is rain. I ain't felt the same. Please get out the way. I ain't in the mood to get interviewed. I need silence in the room. I felt violence in the womb. I got secrets that I'm taking to the tomb.
Not once in my life have I ever seen justice since I was fucking young. Not once do our people ever get justice. I have 10 murdered, 2 missing, and to this fucking day we don't have justice.
I've been living in a dream, I've been living in a movie scene where the bad guys never die and the villains in disguise. So we praying to the spirits in the sky. Keep on cowboy pumped and this is not goodbye. With the eagles you gon' fly. I've been on the rise, catching on the lies, leave them terrified. I'm the truth is verified. I show you the parent side. Nobody gets where is I. You were at the hospital and where was I? By your side. Now I'm searching for the justice you deserve. Put that on my word, that I'm coming for the system, let it burn. This is for the mamas waiting for the daughters to return. All the violence we unlearned, I get guidance from the spirit world. You lucky that we coming for the justice, not the vengeance. As I'm starting up my engine, you can't kill us, we're descendants. Send this to all my haters and the cops that wanna raid us. Listen to me when I say this, they just think that they can take this all away. Not today, you can feel my energy a block away. There's no stopping me. I've been going overtime at times, depression get the best of me. Keep that vest on me, y'all don't really know. I've been plotting on Illuminati on the low. Me, I'm from a city where the kids get frozen in the snow. I've been in the zone, nothing set in stone. Lock me up and go away the key. All this weight on me. I've been breaking chains and chains not breaking me. You awaken me, there's no going back. I ain't falling back asleep. Like a lion, not a sheep. Starts a line and I unleash everything I kept inside of me. Yeah, it made me sick. Propaganda spewing up the TV. Do they hate me yet? All we want is freedom and we will settle for nothing less. All we want is freedom and we will settle for nothing less. All we want is freedom and we will settle for nothing less. Once upon a time I was sleeping on the floor, wasn't long ago. Once upon a time I was sleeping on the floor, wasn't long ago. These days I've been on the go, on the road. This is all that I know. Visions unfold. My past so vicious, I wish this I know. And ambitions they'll grow when you reap what you sow. And I'm deep in this work that I'm doing. I got the blessings, I got it all, yeah. I've still been stressing. I got anxieties, I felt oppression. Sometimes it's hard to be present. Sometimes I'm hard on myself. And I feel this was all brought on myself. Then I break out of myself. I've been to hell and back, shout out to hell and back.
to please. Nothing in this life is free. I come from the plains of McCree. Happens at free. Imagine if you started from the bottom and you risen from the ashes. I've been clashing with my past and I'm just being real. The cops coming for a native and they shoot to kill. Something that we all know well. I check out my brothers, I ask how you will. I rock for my people and you go put that on my will. The thing that I'm feeling, I'm losing my steering. Please put your hands on the wheel. This is for real. I come from the city where we getting murdered by cops. I don't wear my vest for props. Watch for the ops. These are indigenous thoughts. Where is the justice? Cause we don't see nothing, so we keep on shutting it down. I came for the king in this crown. Ask about me around town. I move in silence and I protect women from violence. All of my life I grew up here in Cyrus. All of my friends have been dying. This is the genocide they've been denying. I lost my auntie to cancer. I wish I could call her and tell her I'm sorry for missing your passion. That was the last thing I wanted, but it's what I got. This is the life that I chose. Losing the dough, fighting depression, unusual both. You just don't know what I've been through this month. I feel like Rosa Parks fighting to get to the front. I feel the plight of my people before it's too late, man. Equality, all that we want. Equality, all that we want. Equality, all that we want. All that we want.
Hey. Yo. Dakota, man, come on, bro. You're killing them. You're killing them. Hey, I want to shout out everybody who's been tapped in with us since, man, we've been going for like 5 hours strong. 5 hours strong. Whew. Man, how's everybody feeling out there? It's like 3 a.m. in Halifax right now. I want to shout out Manic one more time. Shout out Dakota Bear one more time. Shout out Decolonial Clothing Co. one time. Go and cop some gear from them. Man, I'm super tired. I ain't gonna lie to you guys. Super tired. But yo, this is what's going on. This is the first time we've done such a thing. And, you know, we're bound to have some difficulties here and there. As for me, I signed up for this a minute ago, but just a few weeks ago, I broke my ribs and my wrist. So I don't want to break a rib live tonight here. So what we're going to do is Manic is going to come back. Manic is going to come back with a show for you guys featuring me and Savage Fam and some other dope artists. So, yo, we had a dope time tonight with the panel, with the shows. Let me see here. Let's get some comments. Let's get some comments now. Yeah. What a great community. Speaking of that, we got people on Twitch. Shout out to Savage Fam in the building. We got people from YouTube. We got people from Facebook. Hey, man, Evans, we appreciate you. We appreciate you. Rain Harper, we appreciate you. So what we're going to do is wind down for tonight. But see how busted up I can't even bring the mic off of here. So before we wind down tonight, I need everybody to post up all your links, all the artists. Post up your links. Post up your favorite artist. Post up your friends' music. Post up all that good stuff because that's why we came here today, is to spread love and to showcase what we can do. And also, you know, man, we just started a little family, little online family. You know what I mean? And I think, you know what I'm going to do? I'm going to attempt to do a little verse for you guys before I head on out of here. Right? Hopefully I don't break a rib live. Hopefully I don't break a rib on live. Yo, okay, wait, never mind. I'm talking smack. It's not even possible at this moment. But yo, it was a blessing. Man, it was a blessing. That's all I can say. Manic pulled this all together here tonight. What can I say, man? What can I say? Yeah. I was about to get down for you, but you know what? Before I turn this into like a bad news story, let's have a good night tonight. Go say what's up to your loved ones. Give them a hug. Tell them that they're special, they're loved. Then go look at yourself in the mirror and say, yeah, I'm proud to be me. I'm proud to be a Nietzsche. And I'm just speaking for myself. You might call yourself something different, but I'm proud to be a Nietzsche man in today's world. I'm proud to be a hip-hop fan in today's world. I'm proud to be hip-hop, period, in today's world, because hip-hop is a form of expression, and it stems from originality. And the world that we're living in nowadays is so unoriginal and so fake that it was such a refreshing display tonight of our talent and what we can do as a community. And this feed will live online for the foreseeable future. So you can always come back and pick up on the gems that were dropped today. So as you can see, we got IG links. Dakota Bear's dropping his links. Dakota's wifey showing major support, major force on her own. Much love, much respect. Yes, okay, fam. It feels like a Sunday, but it is Monday. Some people got to work tomorrow. So I'm going to sign off. I'm coming live from Treaty 7 territory, where the Blackfoot people, the Morley people, the Tsuut'ina people all call home. And specifically, I want to shout out Nietzsche One from Nonstop Music Makers in the Southeast Calgary area for holding us down this whole time. For holding the stream down, for holding everybody, all the acts down, for holding us all down. Shout out to Nietzsche One. If you ever need any recording done in Calgary, get at them. Bless you guys. Have a good night. We out.